Hey everyone, we're about 3 minutes out from getting started, so just wanted to give you guys an update. We'll start right at 9 o'clock. If you have some questions that you want answered, that Q&A is already open. You can go ahead and start typing those in there. It's really my intent to spend the vast majority of my time simply answering the questions that you have, whether they're from here or whether they are from the Q&A document that I have on the other side. So feel free to jump in and add some questions as you have them. So we're at 9 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and get started. First of all, I just want to thank all of you for being a part of this morning. There certainly are a lot of questions that need to be answered and deserve to be answered in the course of all of the work that we're doing, and then obviously for things that are specific for your individual classrooms. Our hope in creating these groups the way that we did with the K2, then the 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, and then special education later in the day is to be able to answer some of the questions that are very specific to each group, recognizing that young K is very different than 9-12. So obviously the goal in this is for it to be a little bit more of an interactive style of a meeting. So the questions that you put into the Q&A down at the bottom, those are the ones that I intend to answer, and we will do the same thing that we've done previously, where we take those questions, and if we answer them live, we'll leave them as answered live. If we type a response, then we'll put those in, but there'll be a spreadsheet that gets you all of that information as we go. So just in terms of an update related to our parent survey, as you know, last Friday, Roger sent out back to the parents, hey, here's our return to learning plan. Please let us know whether you are now committed to in-person or whether you're committed to remote. He's been answering a lot of parent questions throughout the course of the weekend. And just in terms of an update, when we first sent the initial survey, about 70% of our parents said they wanted in-person, 10% of our parents said they wanted remote, and there was a 20% that was still hanging out there that we weren't sure of. As of this morning, we're at 82% of our parents who want in-person instruction. We're at 17% of our parents who want remote instruction. So our in-person increased about 12%, our remote increased about 7%, which leaves us about 1%. It's about 0.9%, just less than 1% of parents who are saying that they're not going to return. We haven't are not going to come. We haven't disaggregated that data to know whether those are kindergarten parents who can wait another year. We're certainly going to do that and obviously reach out to those parents who said that they were not going to be in school, but it tells us that even with the pieces that we pushed out to our families, that they're ready for us to be back in person. And so I know that we have shared that as our intent, and that is our continued intent. So the next step then is, how do we make sure that we answer all the questions that you may have? So a couple of things that have happened since the last time we talked and the last time we shared out information. The mask waiver, I know that we talked about that before, but our legal team is very close to finalizing the verbiage in that, but it will require a doctor's note to be attached that very much details the reasons that a student is unable to wear a face covering. So, and we're asking the doctor to specify, is it the cloth face covering that they're unable to wear, or is the cloth face covering and a shield? So that if it's not cloth face covering, there's an option for us to require the shield. Those end up being treated then as kind of a dress code piece, and we address them from a discipline standpoint in that way. And that discipline could include, for the refusal to wear it and no medical documentation that requires it, that student is forced to go into the remote realm. So that part is there. The other part that is added since our last time, and I don't know if you've seen it in that My Safe Schools return plan that I had shared out that was specific for our staff, is a screener. Kent Health Department has put together a screening tool, finishing putting together a screening tool, I should say, that will give us all of our data on a daily basis, so that parents, students, and staff would go into that app and answer the questions. But it would also take all of that data for Kent County and aggregate it where they are. So from a safety standpoint, it helps them to begin to track and see and build on a larger data set, and then be able to compare that larger data set to the Granville data set, to the Wyoming data set, and be able to make great decisions that way. So from a scientific standpoint, they're going to have lots of data to be able to pull and understand in terms of the safety, not only for Granville, but for the entire county, which I think is very important. So those are two things that were added to that that My Safe Schools report or plan that we put in place and shared out in our last town hall meeting. So wanted to make sure you had that. The other thing that we are currently looking into is the ability for students to be able to assist with the cleaning. I talked with our legal team last week, and they said there are a couple of things that we can put in place where students can help with cleaning. So at the Young K2, I don't know how much that applies. I'll just be frank, because I haven't lived in that space, but if it includes doing a squirt on the desk and having the student wipe that off, that may be something that's beneficial in terms of the cleaning standpoint. So that's some of the updates that we have. The first question we have is just, can we use hand sanitizer for washing in and out? Just thinking that it can be a very time-consuming task with kinders who likely will not be social distancing while waiting their turn. And the answer to that is, yeah, you can. While hand washing is far more effective at removing germs, and we want to make sure that we're teaching our kids how to do proper hand washing, and that we're providing time during the day, particularly beginning of the day, lunch, before they eat, at least those 2 times where they can actively wash their hands and go through that process. Just making sure that we go through that and get that taken care of, because it is far better than the hand sanitizer in and of itself. The washing in and out of classrooms is not something that's in the Michigan roadmap. And it is something that in Granville, we have said, we felt firm about, that if students were going to be exiting and entering a classroom, that we wanted them to wash in and out. And we're going to continue with that. Hand washing is better, but hand sanitizer is a great second choice, particularly when it comes to being time sensitive in the work that we're doing. So yes, you can. The next question that just came in, it says, since summer has started and the district has been holding robotics, treehouse, weightlifting, etc., have you had any cases of COVID come up? And the answer to that is no, we have not. There have been a few districts locally and statewide that have had things that have come up related to what that looks like, but we, knock on wood, very fortunately, certainly have not. And we're very excited that we haven't, obviously. Our staff have done a great job of making sure that they hold all of our students accountable to things. There have been times when a student came in and symptomatically were told to go home. Thankfully, even though they were symptomatic, they weren't COVID positive. They had to stay home and be symptom free for a minimum of 24 hours. They came back and it was good. So that part has been really great. So our next question is about social distancing. So with all the transitions we do every 5 to 10 minutes, could you please explain how students and staff will be distancing at all during the school day? And the answer to that is we're going to have to do our very best. In the Michigan roadmap, it doesn't require that students K-5 wear a mask or a face covering. We felt it was very important in conjunction with our conversations with the GEA that if we were going to be in person, because we can't social distance, that we require all students that are medically able to wear a face covering or a mask. The state knows that there's no way we can guarantee a social distancing of 6 feet. They know that. It was built into their plan. We are going to do our best. We've been doing some measurements across our district, and we're anywhere from 3 to 5.5 feet, depending on the classroom, the number of students, and all those things where we can distance people. Makes it a little difficult with tables, and we just have to, again, do our best to find ways to distance students out in those. But again, the fact that we're asking our students to wear masks, which is above and beyond what the Michigan roadmap requires of us, was done because we knew we couldn't do that social distancing piece. So I don't know if Roger or Scott, if you want to add anything to that in terms of the social distancing. That's up to you.
Sure. Just really quick, and again, I think John explained it well. You know, the mask part. That's why we were, again, very adamant about, you know, having kids wear masks K-5, even though it was a situation where they said, you know, wear mask when you're out away from the classroom. Do anticipate in there, because I think, you know, young kids wearing masks, having that early childhood experience, I think for the most part, they'll do well as long as the adults do well. But there will be times where, and I say that because I know if parents freak out, then chances are the kid's gonna feel that and maybe freak out about wearing a mask. But I do think if there are options, you know, a mask break where you could take kids outside your own classroom, you know, individually as a class, go out, spread them out, let them get some fresh air and breathe and so on, and then bring them back in. To me, that's perfectly good. And, you know, just make sure they're spaced out beyond the 6 feet and have, you know, let them get some fresh air when they take that mask out. So I think those are things as we go, we'll learn more about options and things that we can do to give them some mask breaks too at an early age.
And great, there's a bunch of questions jumping in, so I'm just going to kind of start at the top and work my way down the list. But one is, will we be able to get more tables and or have dividers of some kind to help with distancing? So I'm going to attack that as two questions. Will we be able to get more tables? We have asked our building leaders to look at every space, every table, every resource that they have, to figure out how can we add tables in some places or change things out, change the format of classrooms, those kinds of things, to get as many students as we can social distance in the tables to the best of our ability. We do not have tables sitting, for instance, at Riverbend. And there was a point 4 or 5 years ago where we had a lot of classroom materials in there, and those have since been moved. Because they were starting to rot and get kind of nasty sitting in that space. So we've since moved those. So we don't have a bunch of tables or desks or those types of things where we can bring those into buildings and try to help answer some of the, or create some of that extra space. In terms of the plexiglass dividers, we have looked and are continuing to look to see if we can do that in a financially feasible way. It's very difficult to get to that point. Our first quote for plexiglass dividers for all of our elementary tables was about $500,000. That's a lot of money. Since then, we've been able to find ways to kind of break that down and make them smaller and get different quotes, but we're still up around $150,000 to $200,000 to get those plexiglass dividers. And so again, as we were talking in our PPE team in conjunction with the GEA, the conversation was, look, if we can't social distance and we can't have the dividers because it's too expensive and we don't have the funds for it, can we, at minimum, ask students to wear masks? And the answer to that is yes. And again, what we're trying to look at as well with the waiver is if a student's medically unable to wear a cloth face covering, say for asthma, but they are able to wear a face shield, we can require them to wear a face shield. So we're still working through some of those logistics with our legal team and making sure that we word that appropriately, but that's our next step in the process to, at the very best, to the best of our ability, provide that safety level. The next question was, what do play centers look like in YKK if students cannot share materials? Socialization is a huge part of young KK, learning to share, playing with others, etc. I'm not entirely sure how I can answer that one, because I agree with you. I think sharing is really important. Socialization and learning to share is really important, but figuring out a way to do that where they can't share materials, I think would be difficult. I might try to lean toward either Roger or Scott, having kind of lived at that elementary place before, but having a better look of what that might look like. If you ask me at the secondary level, I think I could give you a much more astute answer, but just trying to come up with some of that brainstorming, I think would be difficult for me. So Scott or Roger, if you're willing to kind of jump in on that piece, that would be really helpful.
Okay, probably being a bad student, I was typing answers to other questions. What was the question?
I totally was.
Sorry.
Too. About sharing materials for play centers, young K classroom, and I know Roger already put an email answer out to at least one teacher who reached out to us with this specific question, and we appreciate that. And anybody, I know John will say it too, and Roger will too. Don't hesitate to reach out to us. Once we're done here today, reach out to us with specific questions. Some of these things we will need to create some guidelines about. In fact, like Roger, I was typing answers into the Q&A as well about shared library books or shared books from our classroom libraries that we're going to need to come up with some processes to share. Now, I know play centers are different, right? Kitchen areas, manipulatives, blocks, what are we using for that? We're going to need to come up with some protocol for a way to manage that in the classroom that still follows some cleaning and some guidance procedures. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but it's almost like a wash in, wash out. I envision that if somebody's using a material, then when they're done with it, it's probably going to have to go to some type of a needs to be cleaned area before somebody else uses it. So rather than, and I know some people are probably cringing like, Scott, how long has it been since you've been in a K or a YK classroom for how often those things happen? And I don't want to seem naive to that. But we also don't want to go so far as to say, nope, we're not sharing any materials ever, because we know that's not feasible either, right? That while we know some of our classrooms will change and our classroom processes will change, we also need to maintain some of the things that we know are valuable, right? Like those play experiences. So we need to think, how do we restructure them a little bit to make sure that if kids are playing with blocks, maybe they're organized into pods where if they play with a group of them, they're not all mixed together like they might have been before. They're at least separated, so then you can have some isolation to know, okay, these need to be cleaned. And then we'll have to come up with a process for what does that look like that's manageable, right? Those whom I've worked with know that I'm a big component of, let's not create something that isn't manageable for people to do. You can't teach a class and wipe down every single manipulative every time somebody touches it. So we'll have to come up with some guidance and some structures for that. I think we'll probably rely on your building teams along with your administrators to talk some of those things out. But we're not going to be so quick as to say everybody has to have their own, or we're not allowed to do those things anymore. So yes, and John, I'm gonna transition to one other question that's been in there kind of a repeated time regarding like carpet time and students kind of coming together. Let me find where those, rug seating. What is the expectation on those things? Like John has said with tables, we know that 6 feet every second of the day is not feasible in a young K, early L classroom. Rug seating, absolutely acceptable. That's one of the reasons why we are going to masks. Now, what I would tell you, and I know I've seen the rugs, you may need to get creative with your space a little bit, spread them out off the rug or create some different areas. But absolutely, again, we want to maintain those instructional practices and those group practices that are valuable. Kids will have masks on. They might not be 6 feet. You're going to get them to do your best. They might be 4 feet. It might be 5 feet, however you can space them out, but you still want to maintain those practices. So yes, you can do that. Kids will still be wearing the masks as best as we can manage that. And then you'll work to spread them out. So Raj, what to add?
He said ditto. He was muted.
I said ditto. That was.
I can hear him through the
That's
wall.
what I would have said.
And I know there are going to be some follow-up to those. So get those in the chat if you have follow-up questions to those. And again, if you have specifics as they come up afterwards, we know a lot of these are day-to-day things that we're going to be figuring out. So don't hesitate to shoot us an email. I might ask if you do copy your building admin on that so we can loop them into the conversation and anything that we have answered for you.
I would say this, use your creativity as teachers. If I think there are basic supplies. I'd have a kid with you might want to ask parents or whatever to have a packet of their stuff. I think of the little binders, the little plastic deals, pockets, whatever, but have their stuff in those types of situations, the things they share. I think the pods and so on work pretty good. But do remember this, the latest research says the surface stuff, while we'll clean and do all that, it isn't so much the surface stuff that's causing the issue as the airborne. That's why we're focusing on the mask and focusing on having everybody wear those, because we know that's a big part of it.
So a couple of questions in here about singing. Is it okay to sing in your classroom? Yes. Are you able to sing songs with your students and give them movement breaks? Yes, but they'll need to wear their masks. The science that they're talking now related to singing in the classroom is that when you sing, because you're pushing more air, the aerosols spread much farther. And so, yeah, we can do singing breaks, we can do movement breaks, those kinds of things, but students would just have to be masked in order to do so. I know it doesn't look and feel the same when students are wearing masks and singing, but it is something that you can continue to do for your students in those spaces. So that question up at the top of this, so again, I'm kind of going back up to the top and working my way through them chronologically. At the K2 level, we have many shared classroom materials, manipulative STEM materials, library books. Is there a plan to clean these, or are they not allowed? I think Scott and Roger kind of grabbed a lot of that in the last question. Same with library books. Yes, we're able to get books out and push them back and do all of those things. We just have to have a cleaning protocol as we collect those back in. If we have shared manipulatives or shared materials, we just have to have a cleaning protocol before when one student uses them, before we pass them along to another student. So we just have to be very careful with that. I also am kind of processing and thinking through if we have to use shared materials, like for a STEM class, like a science piece where you have two students that have to work in the same place. Is there a way that we can potentially use gloves and be able to do that well? So those are some things that I'm still kind of looking into on our side of it to see if it would allow us to do that work. But Like Roger said, if we can, as creative as we can be from a teaching standpoint and as careful as we can be from a cleaning standpoint, we're going to land in a much better place, because primarily the spread of this, as we're learning, is more aerosol than it is on surface. And so important to make sure we clean the surfaces and continue to clean hands and do all of those things. But that's where we're focused almost exclusively on making sure we have that extra care from the mask standpoint. So Ashley, you asked a really good question about you have 6 tables in your classroom, putting students on the same side. If you have 85 or 80% of your kids in there, we'll put them at about 12 inches away from each other. And so, does it have an opinion on facing together or facing each other, or all facing in one direction? The all facing in one direction is under that strongly recommended part of the plan. So if, based on logistics, we need our students to face each other, and obviously now they're wearing masks and that gets them further apart, it's safer for them to be further apart and facing each other than it is for them to be shoulder to shoulder and facing in the same direction. So you can use some of that flexible seating in that way, because the distancing piece is just as important as having them in the masks. So the guidance from the Michigan roadmap and all facing the same way was designed to a greater extent, because at K-5, their roadmap says that students are not required to wear masks. In our case, we're saying that they should wear masks, and that allows us to be more spread out and potentially facing each other. So Jen Harper just made a comment, and Jen, I appreciate that. On the preschool side of things, we've been doing daycare this summer since early July, and have been working through that part of it. And they've got some cleaning protocols in there that I'm sure Jennifer will share with our building leaders, so that our building leaders have some of those protocols related to, here are things that we've been using, here's how we clean them before the next group can use them. So I think that's important. Lockers. Will lockers be used, since all students share lockers? I think that's going to fall primarily toward our building leaders. I'm not 100% sure the number of lockers that are in each building, whether every student needs to share a locker, how that shared locker space gets determined. But I know that when students show up to school, they've got their coats, they've got their boots, they've got all of those things, and they need a locker to put those in so that they're not kicking around your classroom. We've talked a little bit about that in our PPE group, but because each building is very different, we determined that that was an answer better answered inside of each individual building. So we're working hard to make sure that we keep the students as separated as we can, but I think that shared space of lockers, if there's no other option for us, we're going to have to kind of make some plans individually within buildings to do that as safely as we possibly can. So Roger, Scott, I don't know if you have anything to add to that piece of it, but.
No, I think that's accurate.
Okay.
No, John, there are a number of questions, though, that kind of string down about the types of cleaning materials that will be provided to teachers in classrooms. Can you speak to that, and then I'll clear out those questions? Yep.
So we have, from a cleaning standpoint, we have spray bottles. So, and so that way, and then we'll have extra spray bottles down in the office. So if your spray bottle gets empty, you go down, you simply grab the next available full spray bottle, you bring it back down to your classroom, and you still have the ability to do that cleaning. If you needed somebody to deliver one to you, I'm sure you could call the office and they could run one down to your classroom if you're not able to leave. But they're spray bottles that we use to spray down the surfaces for students. And then, as I shared, we're currently determining, and we believe we're about 95% sure that the cleaning solution that we currently have, students will be able to help us wipe down the tables, just to make it a little bit more of an expedited process. Again, K2, I'm not sure how great that will go, I'll be honest. But if there's a way that we can train our students and we spray down the table and here's how you wipe down a table, and they figure out how to do that, that might be a way to kind of expedite some of the work there. So the goal is to have our staff and students working together to do that cleaning piece. That's why we're looking to make sure we get the right cleaning solution so that students can help with that. So steps to be taken if a student does in fact get sick. And do other students have to quarantine as well as the teacher? And the answer to that is that it depends. And it depends on what the Kent Health Department shares with us. So the reason the health department kind of gave some very general overlying guidance related to that is some schools are using only the requireds and not the strongly recommended. Some are using all the strongly recommended and requireds, as we are, and some are using the and some. So the washing in and washing out is not part of the Michigan plan. The Michigan plan says that we should provide opportunity for students to wash their hands at least 3 times, wash or sanitize their hands at least 3 times a day. We're saying in and out of every classroom. If you're going in and out of that classroom, you need to have your hands washed or sanitized. The Kent Health Department says that that has an impact on what it means from our standpoint in terms of whether we need to quarantine. It also makes an impact that all of our students are wearing masks. And so what we have to do when we have a positive test is we have to contact our health department, and then we have to find out who was in contact with that person over the last 48 hours. So if the student, if we find out the student's positive on a Sunday night, that might be a different answer than if we find out that they're positive on Wednesday morning. And so we have to make sure that we lean on their guidance to ensure that what we're doing follows the procedures and protocols from a pandemic mitigation or a spread mitigation strategy. What I believe will occur is that in some cases, the health department will require the entire class to be home in quarantine for 48 hours to double check for symptoms. In which case we would try to make sure that we found ways to continue instruction during the time that the students were home if we're able and nobody's sick. But again, we have to lean on the health department for that. So for the student themselves that are COVID positive, they have to isolate for a minimum of 10 days. And then following that, again, we lean on the health department and their physician to give us guidance on when it's safe for that student to return to school. So Roger, Scott, anything that I missed there, or if there are follow-up questions, obviously make sure that we put those in the chat. But
I believe that was good, John.
I think the biggest thing that we can't say too much is the fact that it's not a black and white answer, right? I mean, once we hear some things, we're going to be seeking guidance from the health department and going from there to make sure that we're looking out for the safety of everybody involved.
all right, so one of the questions was just in terms of helping costs, would young KK be able to have dividers, and that would help with social distancing, use of materials? We're continually looking at the dividers piece, and we have a provider that's a local company that's able to get us some things. We would need to know specifically the sizes, and we would need to be able to understand how many of those we would need to determine our total cost. Again, we feel confident that because we're requiring the masks, because we're requiring students to wash in and wash out, and the number of times that we're using from a cleaning standpoint, that we're providing all of those procedures and protocol safeties that are there. One of the cleaning pieces I didn't mention is that we also have a high touch point at least every 4 hours cleaning. So we'll have, not you, but one of our custodial groups, whether it's a Granville custodian or whether it's one of our ABM custodians, will come through at least every 4 hours in every building to hit all the high touch points. So they'll hit bathroom handles, hallway light switches. They're going to hit all of those high touch points at least every 4 hours. So our hope, again, is that because we have all of those safety precautions in place, that the dividers, because students are wearing masks, wouldn't really provide any extra layer of protection because our students are wearing masks. So, but we'll continue to look into those. Heather and I talked about that just before we jumped on this call to say, what would it look like if it was only young K2? What would it look like if it was only young K2 plus our self-contained classrooms? What would it look like if it was young K2 plus self-contained plus this? So we're still digging in and seeing if we can find a way to make that economical. But remember that right now we're at potential difference of about $350 per student for the year in terms of a reduction. And if we're at that reduction place, it certainly limits what we're able to do as an in addition to, which is what the plexiglass dividers would be related to the Michigan roadmap, would be an addition or an and one to what is being required. So we've been able to, we think, in the most economical way possible, to give as many and ones as we can. But when it comes to the plexiglass dividers, it's just so expensive that it makes it much more difficult for us to add that and one without reducing our most valuable asset, which would be staff. And so it's trying to find that very delicate balance of how much can we spend and how much, if we spend that much, what does that do to the end game? So we'll continue to look into it, but I think in terms of planning and going forward, the best laid plan going forward is that they won't be available in terms of dividing for classes, and we have to see what we can do to help keep the division of materials to the best of our ability. So, all right, just making sure I marked that I answered those. Mask cleaning is going to happen at home. It's not feasible for us to do all of that cleaning at night. In order to clean them appropriately, we need to put them through the washing machine, get them dried, and then get them back to students. And trying to do that and give it back to the individual students would be very difficult. So we are not going to be cleaning those ourselves, but we are going to be providing information to parents and students about the importance of making sure that those are clean when they come back. Lysol spray is sufficient for cleaning manipulatives. And so that's obviously something that we might be able to use, but like I said, connect with your building leaders and see through them what you think the best plan might be. I don't know how many materials you have. I don't know if there's a way to do a rotation of materials. Those are things that I don't know. We have the Clorox 360 machine for every building, and those are going to be used on a much more frequent basis again this year. If I'm not mistaken, based on my conversation with Heather and Arlen, the intent is for them to be used on a nightly basis. We're not going to be renting our building spaces out during phase 4. So the interior spaces are not going to be used after school, which will help again from a cleaning standpoint, so that we're not cleaning and then re-cleaning after somebody comes in and uses a space. So that should really help. So the next question is, assuming students will need their own personal writing, art tools, pencils, crayons, scissors, etc., will these items need to go home each day, or can they be stored at school? Will these items need to be cleaned each day or stored in their own space? If the student's using them and they are their own, they can stay at school. They don't need to be necessarily cleaned. I don't think it's a bad idea for periodically having students clean their own materials, but if they're not sharing them with anyone else, and we're doing all the hand sanitizing going in and out of the classrooms, we're doing the hand washing at least twice, if not 3 times a day, then absolutely they should be able to just leave them at school and hang on to them. So question about when you can get into your classrooms. You can go into your classrooms today if you want, in terms of starting to get things put together. I know that we have some teachers that have already begun looking at their classroom spaces. They're taking out things like couches, taking out some of those porous surface things that they have purchased and taking them back to their home so that it can create additional classroom floor space to move desks and spread those out a little bit more. So you can definitely get into that. In terms of the treehouse using classrooms, I will need to check with Jennifer Harper to see when your classrooms would be available to you to be able to go in and start working through how to get those spread out. So let me check with Jennifer Harper, and if she doesn't put something in, the chat to answer that, then we'll make sure that we get that out to our teachers at Century Park through Tanya, just so that you have an idea of when your classroom will be available. So
When you start in your classroom, or if you're going into your classroom, please make sure that you are communicating with your building administrator. Like John said earlier, they are doing walkthroughs. We've asked them to look at every space in their building to talk about how to space desks out. And I just want to make sure that you don't go in and do a bunch of work that they have already planned something for. So just if you're in and out, just please make sure that they're aware of what you're doing and whether or not they already have thoughts for any of those areas.
Open house, excuse me, our principals are working through that right now and trying to figure out a way that might be a little different for young K or K open house. That I would say talk to your building leaders related to that. I know they're meeting today collectively at 11:30 to kind of begin hashing out some consistencies, and have been meeting for the last week and a half, 2 weeks to do so. So that would be a great question to kind of press back to them once they have some of their answers to that. So yoga mats are soft. Are yoga mats a soft surface that would not be allowed in classes this year? The answer to that would be, it depends on whether you feel like you're able to sufficiently clean them. If students are on them and you're able to sufficiently clean them once students have used them, then I would say feel free to have them in there. Otherwise, if they're not able to be cleaned efficiently, then I would say don't use them in that space. I view those as more very similar to the rug conversation that we had. We want you to have those flexible spaces. We want you to have those things. Obviously, in the beginning of the school year, if that means spending some time doing lessons outdoors and getting some open air, great. But the key contributor to all of that is cleaning. So when we talk about like couches, so there were several, I know there are a couple of teachers in the high school that have couches. Once you're sitting in that couch and it's porous and it sinks down into the cushion, there's really no way to verify that it's completely clean or not clean. So that would be the word of caution when it comes to couches and chairs and things like that. So question about, are we looking at maybe a half-day option for our young KK to start in a normal typical setting? Full days are already very long at the beginning of the year. And the answer to that is right now we are not. Our parents, 82% of them have said that they want to be back in person. And they understand what back in person means now. They understand that it means that their students have to wear a mask. They understand that it means that it's a full day. And so the information and data that we're getting from them is that they understand and they're ready to get in and do that work. So right now we're looking at full day, regular in-person school for all. Question about air, and that's something that has come up in the Q&A quite a bit. Obviously, we have several buildings that are working through the air conditioning piece. The middle school won't have air conditioning because we're not ready to start building on that part of it. But as I understand it, and Roger, correct me if I'm wrong, our air conditioning should be up and running for all buildings, or is there one or two that it won't be?
Tentatively, we're on schedule and should have it everywhere but the middle school, unless there's some major hangup. But right now, we're pretty much on schedule.
Okay. And it looks like Jennifer Harper joined into the conversation on the treehouse piece and said that 10 days before school is out, that treehouse or school starts, treehouse will be out of the classrooms. So August 14th is the last day for treehouse this summer. So for the question that was asked about if you're using those classrooms, when will they be out, that gives you your timeline related to when they'll be out. So in looking at the Q&A, I don't see any additional questions, but I don't want to shut this down. I've set aside an hour for it, so I don't want to shut anything out if there are additional questions that need to be asked or answered, because it really is about you. So here's one, it just jumped up. What do we do if a student doesn't bring a mask to school? We would provide one to them. Would require us to call home and inform the parents that the student arrived to school without a mask. If we have students that are just flat refusing to wear masks, just as we move this forward, I think in terms of a dress code violation, the first time somebody violates a dress code, we ask them to correct it. We talk to their parents. The second time they violate a dress code, we ask them to correct it, and we talk to their parents, and then we say, if this happens again, then the following will occur. We can ask students who continually refuse to wear a mask and don't have medical documentation that says that they are medically unable. We can place them in a remote setting. You just need to hear that loud and clear. That ends up being a conversation between the parent, the building leader, and our office, whether it's myself or Scott or Roger or Angie or Heather or whomever. It becomes a larger conversation. So if we have students that refuse to wear a mask, and we have lots of conversation with that family and they say, we're just not doing it, we can ask them, we can place them in the remote setting. And so we just need you to hear that we're willing to take that step, and we will take that step if we hit that barrier. But it won't be without lengthy conversation with the parent. It won't be without lengthy conversation with the building principal, and trying to find a solution that keeps the student in school while wearing a mask.
Yeah, and that goes down the path of kind of the refusal route, but all of you know there could be a dozen other reasons why a student may be forgetting a mask. Maybe parent works third shift and the 6th grade sibling is getting the kid ready, and gosh, they just keep forgetting. So then we'll come up with other strategies. Maybe if it's just that they're forgetting, I think my first question to that parent would be, what do you think about buying a couple extra and having them here for them, and we can work something else out.
Yep.
We've had that question come up in some other conversation too. We don't have the means to supply them. We've made the decision to supply every student with a mask to start. But if parents want to supply an extra, maybe not a bad idea. Again, just like school supplies, we can't require it, but something that we can put out there as a strategy or a suggestion that may be a good idea.
Yep. There has been a few questions, and this was a great one to pop in, so thanks for who put that in. Just the decision on teacher assistants from GVSU. There have been questions about teacher assistants and student teachers, and we're viewing them as we're ready to go. The university has protocols and procedures that they have to follow in order for their students to be able to be a part of our building, which includes verifying that they're COVID negative. The student teacher or the teacher assistant has to commit to doing all of the same things that our teaching staff are doing, that our students are doing. But certainly having another person in the building learning how to do education and building on their own craft is a really important part of the process, and it provides us with another person, other bodies in the building to help manage some of the things that we're working on. So yeah, we definitely are going to keep those and let them allowed to continue to come in. So lunch and recess, those right now we're working with our building principals to do several different things. We're looking at lots of options. So I'm going to say options 7 different times so you know that these are options and they're not decisions, but they're options, and we're working through to see how feasible they are. One option is that we have all of our students eating within their classrooms, and then we're supporting the classrooms with our support staff, whether it's paraprofessionals, our folks that are doing the lunches. Right now, I'm talking with Jeff Ward. The intent is to do box lunches for students so that it mitigates some of the mess and makes it a little easier in terms of picking up and dropping off. It takes out the additional contact with the kitchen staff, or additional people, I should say, in grabbing food when they go through the line. So the intent right now is to do that. We have talked about, as an option, trying to figure out a way to get our young K through 2 students down in the cafeteria. We recognize the spill tactics that happen as that goes. So those are some things that we can continue to work on with them. But our building leaders, again, starting a couple of weeks ago and going through today, are still working through how that might look. It's our goal, obviously, to make sure that primarily that our students are fed, that our teachers and our staff have a 30-minute duty-free lunch in some way, shape, or form during the course of the day. So those are all the things that we're kind of balancing out as we go. In terms of recess, the way that the Michigan roadmap reads is that recess can occur as it is. It's supposed to be separated by classroom so that, again, you're kind of cohorting your students. And if we can't cohort that, then students should wear masks. And so principals, again, are working toward how do they create either recess schedules or divisions inside playgrounds and those kinds of things to keep students as separate as we possibly can. It's a re-envisioning of the way we do school. So we have to re-envision how we have kids come in and out of the building. We have to re-envision how we have kids transfer to and from their classes. We have to re-envision how they put their things in their lockers. We have to re-envision how we do lunch and recess and try to do that in a way that allows students to stay cohorted and kind of builds that way. So I don't have a solid answer for you because in some cases it depends on how big is your playground, how much other space do you have, how many sections do you have. And those are all things that buildings are continually working on as well. So, and we'll do that. So questions, and again, it's about this one's about funding. As we're changing our ways and we organize our classroom materials, going from sharing everything to more individualized, will there be some funds for us to do this, pencil boxes, etc. Our goal is to try to do that. Obviously, we're working in a very different place right now in terms of how we're doing school and what we're committing our funding to. If there are things that you know that you need for your classroom, start with your building leaders and say, here are things that I know that I'm going to need in order to do my job successfully. They'll forward those up and along to us, and we'll be able to start working through those so that we can better understand it. It kind of goes down that same line of, if we need to make sure that we're keeping things separate and doing things well, and $500,000 isn't feasible from a plexiglass standpoint, what would it look like if we purchased more pencil boxes, or if we purchased some simple dividing things that are not as expensive? And we'll look at every single one of those and try to make sure that we do everything in our power to get you the things that you need to be separate. So answer that one. So it's like, kids need to be spaced 6 feet while eating, right? Question mark. If not, if we're not masked, they need to be spread more than 6 feet allows. With box lunches, can they arrive earlier than normal to facilitate creative lunch schedules? And that, again, actually, that's what we're working toward. So right now, our hope, again, under the option category, is that the box lunches are delivered directly to the classrooms if you're eating in the classrooms. If you're not eating in the classrooms, you're down in the lunchroom. We have to figure out the distribution practice for that. But our building leaders are working closely with the GEA and working closely with their schedules to try to determine, can we start lunches earlier? And if we can start lunches earlier, it creates a greater level of flexibility. So all of those things are on the table. And we're just trying to figure out the feasibility pieces of that as we go. Another question, when will our classrooms be approved as far as social distancing layout goes? Is this done by building principals? Over the next several weeks, we're going to be walking through buildings with our building leaders. We're going to be looking at classrooms and trying to figure out what is the best possible or plausible layout. In some cases, that's going to be teachers who've already gone in and kind of shifted things around, and we're going to look at those as exemplars. I know the high school leadership already went through and looked at all of the classroom, all of their classroom models to determine the distancing that they could get, and they averaged out anywhere from 3.5 to 5.5 feet inside their classrooms. Obviously, it's a different setup, so it's going to be done in conjunction with, we're going to be giving our building principals, as we walk through, some very specific guidance about, here's what this would look like in this place, here's what it might look like in this place, here are the things that you should be working with your teachers on in terms of distancing. This is what we would say is acceptable and appropriate, and they're going to have some say in how that works. So we want to empower them to make great decisions in and around that, but we're going to walk around with them as well prior to, just to provide some guidance and look at the spaces that they have. Scott?
Yeah, and a request from our principal group to keep in mind, teachers, that our principals are collaborating their discussion on this as they're trying to problem solve. They're going to be working with you. They're going to be working with one another too, to learn what other buildings have decided and what they're doing. But please also keep in mind that based on the size of buildings and facilities of buildings, that if you're talking with your grade level colleagues, these are going to look different by building. Some of our buildings, unfortunately, don't have separate gym and cafeteria spaces, right? So we have limitations about how things can be spread out. So if you have questions, if you hear maybe something's going on in one building and you're wondering why it's that way and not your building, please be open in your communication with your building admin. They're working on all of those things, working together on all of those things, but just like everything you're dealing with, there's no playbook for that. So if you have questions or ideas or suggestions, please don't hesitate. Nobody's going to be offended like you're stepping on toes, and it simply may be something that people hadn't thought of, but please be willing to be open with that communication.
Thanks, Scott. Another question about eating together in the teacher's lounge or in the lounge for our staff. We want to do our best to recreate school as best as we can for you as well. Can you eat together in the lounge? The answer to that is yes. But obviously the preference would be that you are at least 6 feet apart when doing so. And so I think we need to begin thinking about is it only the lounge that would be an acceptable place to eat, particularly if students are eating in your classroom and we have folks that are monitoring that on your behalf. So are there other spaces in the building where you might be able to go and sit down and be together and eat? Are there smaller groups of teachers that need to be in one place or another place or another place so that they can sit together and eat? I can't answer that specifically for every building because I don't know what spaces are there and which ones are available. But those would be things that I would, as we get going throughout the school year, that you start encouraging you to think about and process in terms of when the students are eating and the teachers need a place to eat, where would we go in order to make sure that we get that accomplished so that you still have some of that, again, that camaraderie and that social piece that is so very important to our staff inside of each one of our buildings. One question that, as I go back to my staff safety Q&A, and by the way, we have 90 questions in there, so I think that's awesome. And between Scott and I, we started answering through some of those today and sorting them out into groups so that we can create subheadings at the top. So if you have questions about, say, positive cases, that you can click a link and they'll take you right down to that. Because once you get through 90 questions and a bunch of answers, our pages will get a little bit longer. It saves you some sorting. But there have been several questions inside there just about air purifiers. What I need you to hear is when we first started our PPE discussions, we ordered very specific air purifiers for every building. So we increased the quality of our air filters. We are also increasing the amount of airflow that we're pulling into the buildings so that we can continue to kind of process and pull that air in and out of the buildings with obviously cleaner air. In addition, fans are still 100% appropriate to be able to move air. If you need to move air in your building, feel free to do that. If you have the ability to open your windows, open windows are encouraged. If that means that you need to have your door open so that you get some airflow, okay. Airflow is an important part of the plan that you see from the state. And so we did increase the filtering for the entire district. We are increasing airflow from that. Now, remember in the winter, if we pull in additional air, we pull in cold air, so the building may be a little cooler, but we're going to do that and pull in as much air as we possibly can, more than what we did before, and as much as we possibly can without making the buildings uncomfortable for everyone. And that also ensures that we're pushing more air through those higher quality filters that we've already put in each one of our buildings. So the result of the conversations that we've had in the PPE group and as we've kind of been building has been very positive and given us some great opportunity to make improvements already. So we've got a couple more minutes by my computer calculation, anywhere from 3.5 to 4 minutes. So I just want to finish by saying how much I appreciate the 58 questions that were asked during this time. The 90 questions, 91 now questions that we have in our staff safety Q&A. It's our intent to be able to provide as many answers as we possibly can to help you better understand the work that is in front of you, and to help you better understand the amount of time and effort that we're going to continue to put in to ensure safety for students and staff. Our intent as a district, and Roger would attest to this, if we're in phase 4 and we have the ability to be in person and 82% of our parents want to be in person, we're going to offer the in-person. If we go to phase 3, obviously that puts us in the remote setting and everybody's in the remote setting. But if it's open and available and we're in phase 4, it is our full intent to be an in-person. And in doing so, we want to make sure that you have all the information that you can have. So Roger, I don't know if you want to say anything in closing to the group. I just will finish with a resounding thank you and an appreciation for your time today.
Yes, just to reiterate what John said, thank you so much for the time. You know, flexibility is huge in this because day to day things change, of course. And while right now we're in phase 4, in person and remote learning, you know, it could be different tomorrow. So we know if we're planning for the in-person component, which our parents are you know, overwhelmingly telling us they want, and we're preparing for that remote experience for the people who are starting potentially remote if we're in phase 4, or if we start all remote because we're in phase 3, or we start in phase 4 and go to phase 3, that we'll be ready for either part. And I commend the staff that has worked on these plans, the process procedure part, the curriculum side of things, and the remote side of things. And we'll continue to learn. It's not perfect. It's not going to be perfect, but it will provide a quality Granville education, and we're all going to learn a great deal this year. And, you know, we've said this before, make no bones about it. Our jobs have changed. All of our jobs have changed. And I commend you for evolving with the situation that we have. If you have not taken the time to really focus on the remote side of things and the tools that you'll be using at your respective grade levels, please do so, because it's going to help you so much if and when we get to that situation where we are in the remote world. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
So Scott, Roger, go ahead and mute your video. We're just going to leave this open for the next group. So it's far easier to just keep the link open and let it run and record. So go ahead and mute your video. And
what time?
See back in about 15.
What time are we set? 9:15.
10:15 for the next group, grades 3 through 6.
10:15. Right.
All right.
Great.
Thanks, Scott.
Awesome.
Hey everyone, we're about 3.5, 4 minutes away from getting going. In the meantime, the vast majority of this meeting is going to be dedicated to you providing questions and us providing answers. So that Q&A link is open at the bottom. Feel free to jump in and start popping your questions in there. And we're going to be using that really to kind of drive most of the conversation for our time from 10:15 to 11:15. So we'll be right back with you. Hey everybody, and I just want to say thanks for being here. It's 10:15, so I'm going to go ahead and just get jumping on this. I want to say first and foremost, thank you for being a part of this meeting today. We had about 88 or so folks on for our first meeting, answered through 58 questions that they had, and it's our intent today to work through as many questions as we possibly can during our time that we have here. Just as a way to kind of kick this off, I want to talk through a couple of different things related to where our percentages were and where they are now from Friday. So Friday, Roger sent out a letter to our parents and said, this is what learning will look like. Here's what mask requirements will look like. Here's what all of these pieces will look like. Please verify what you would like to do. So prior to that, we had about 70% of our parents who were saying they wanted in-person. We had 10% who were saying they wanted remote, and there were about 20% in the middle that were still undecided. As of 8:30 this morning, 82% of our parents said that they want to be in person. 17% of our parents say that they would choose remote, and a little less than 1% are saying that they are not going to return. We have not yet disaggregated the not going to return to know whether it is a kindergarten parent who is saying, I can wait another year for my child to join kindergarten, so I'm going to wait another year, or if it's something else where they have just elected that they're going to go to a different spot. And we're going to dig in on that so that we understand that information. But knowing that 82% of our parents want to be in person, and that we now have a 17% that want to be remote, and because we're in phase 4, we're continuing down the path of the in-person and remote learning. And so just in terms of understanding kind of where the percentages went, obviously we had a little more of an increase in those that were undecided, that decided they were going to be here, than we did in the folks that said that they were going to stay home. So from a remote standpoint. So we feel pretty confident that that those numbers are firm. We're going to continue to evaluate those as we go, but knowing that we have 82% that want to be in person, that's the direction that we're headed. Since our last meeting, I just want to make sure that I talk through a couple of different things. There have been some specific questions that have been asked on the Q&A document, where we now have 91 questions. Whoop, whoop. So we're still working through all those. Scott and I have started organizing those into different categories, so it's easier to find those, but we're going to get through all of those as well. Some of it is related to the mask waiver and discipline for not wearing masks. So I just want to jump in on that a little bit. Our waiver will require parents to identify the medical piece that students why they're medically unable to wear a mask, why they're not able to wear a mask. What we're asking in that is, when we talk about face coverings, we're asking them to be specific about whether that's a cloth face covering or whether that's a shield. If, for an example, a student has asthma and they can't wear a cloth face covering, can they wear a shield? And if they can wear a shield, then even if they can't wear the cloth face covering, we can require them to wear a shield, which we would do. So we're asking for that specificity, and it has to be specific from the medical documentation that comes in with the parent waiver. From a discipline standpoint, that discipline piece looks an awful lot like a dress code. Student forgets to bring their mask, we provide them with a mask. They might have forgotten it because their parents are working and their 6th grade sister forgot to tell them to grab it. Whatever the case may be, we're going to find out some of the background of that. But if it's just a blatant refusal to wear a mask, you have a conversation with the parent. That's number one. It happens again, darn it. You have a conversation, you give them a mask, you have a conversation with the parent, and you let them know that if the student continues to refuse to wear a mask, that they can be placed in a remote environment. We can, and we will, as we get down that path in conversation with parents, with administrators, with your building leaders, and with central office, we can and will place students in a remote learning setting if they don't have medical documentation to support their inability to wear a mask or a shield, and they flat refuse to wear a mask. That will occur. It won't occur without conversation. There'll be lots of conversation leading up to it, but we will put students into a remote setting if they're refusing to wear a mask, because we've been very clear that because we can't do social distancing, because we know we can't get 6 feet of distance between students, that we're going to require them to wear a mask. So that part I just wanted to make sure you heard. The other piece that has been added to our My School roadmap that has all the bullet points that I shared out with you a little over a week ago is a screener. Kent County Health Department is in the midst of finalizing a screener that is applicable and usable by all schools in Kent County. Individual buildings get aggregated data by pull it off on a spreadsheet every day. So we'll be able to verify who has and who hasn't done the pre-screener before they come in. Students that are old enough and have a device will be able to show us. In other cases, we'll have to print that off and kind of verify who is and who's not in attendance and see who did or didn't do the screening. There's going to be some time at the beginning of the year where we have to have conversations with people about, hey, you didn't do the screener, remember you have to do it. But those are the conversations that we're going to have in the early part of it. That screening data aggregates for us, but it also aggregates countywide. So not only do we have good data for Granville, Kent County Health Department has great data for the entire county and can compare data in other places to Granville, can compare Granville to other places, and be able to provide us with potentially some, hey, we see some interesting information in your data that we want to talk about. Okay, so that screener part is there as well. So those are a couple of things that have been added since our last conversation, and just wanted to make sure that those were there. So I'll kind of start there, and now I'm going to jump into some of the questions that you have. And remember, at the bottom of your screen, you have that Q&A. And remember, any question that you ask during the course of this, we're going to jump in and answer. In the background, Roger and Scott are going to answer some just via typing. There are others that I'll answer live and online. Our goal in the course of this is to be able to answer as many questions as we possibly can to ensure that you have a better understanding of what this is going to look like when you return to school in a couple of weeks. So one of them that has been asked very frequently in our Q&A and is in here is just who's responsible for cleaning the classrooms? What's the procedure? How often? So there are a couple of different ways that I'm going to answer that, because when I think about cleaning, I think about the high touch point cleaning that's going to happen at least every 4 hours during the day by our cleaning crews. So whether you have ABM and EnviroClean or you have a Granville cleaner, at least every 4 hours, all the high touch points in each building are going to be cleaned. So light switches, door handles, toilet handles, all of those things are going to be cleaned in terms of high touch points. From a classroom standpoint, if students are going from one classroom to the next, that cleaning is going to have to fall onto our teaching staff in some way, shape, or form. And that's something that we're continuing to work on. Right now, I'm working with Arlen and Heather to try to figure out a cleaning solution that meets the criteria for cleaning, but also can be done without wearing gloves. And talking with our attorney last week, she said that we can ask students to help clean. So if we have a spray solution that doesn't require gloves from a cleaning standpoint, teacher can go through and spray, student can wipe down their individual space, and that should help to expedite it. Right now, the cleaning solution we have doesn't have, you need gloves to be able to use it. And so I can't offer that right now, but I want you to hear that that's what we're working toward. We recognize that it's an additional burden that we're asking for our staff. We recognize that for our teaching staff, we're not asking them just to teach, but also if students are transferring from one classroom to the next, that there's a cleaning that happens. Our hope at the K-6 level is that we minimize the amount of times that students are leaving the classroom or have to leave the classroom, and minimizes some of that cleaning, and obviously reduces the amount of contact points that they have with other students, and maximizes the sanitation across the entire building. I know that that's not 100% plausible all the time, but that's what we're trying to do at that K-6 level. 7-12 is a little different, but that's what we're trying to work through and maximize on our end. So know that we're working toward finding a solution that doesn't require gloves so that students can help us to clean it, but we're not there yet. So just so you have an FYI on that part of it. And then every night we have Clorox 360 machines for every building. And so every night as we go through and we're starting to clean through and finalize things, we're going to be disinfecting using that Clorox 360 machine every night. In phase 4, we are not renting out our interior facilities after school. So we may have after school athletic events at the high school, but we're not renting it out to outside groups. So like Boy Scouts of America, those groups that would come in and utilize the gym space, utilize the cafeteria, utilize the library, we're not allowing that during our phase 4 timeframe. They can still use the outside spaces if they need, but not the interior spaces, because we need to make sure that we can maximize the cleaning as we go forward. Okay, I think that hits all the cleaning. If it didn't, please let me know so that I can jump in. There's another one as a follow-up that says what cleaning products will be used. Will we have access to the ingredients for allergy purposes? The answer to that is yes. Once we know for sure which cleaning solution we're going to use, again, I'm trying to find one that our students can use without needing to use gloves. But I need you to hear that that's something that we're working toward. And once we have that, it's our obligation to share with you what the ingredients are and make sure that you know what those pieces are. And then if there's an allergy, we have to find a solution in and around that. So Scott, I see that you unmuted. Did you have something to add there?
No, I was just going to give you a chance to take a breath and jump in on this specific question about classroom materials and use of classroom materials. Mm-hmm. We will absolutely have some protocols to share on books to start, right? Our entire reading philosophy is based on student volume of reading and student choice and access to books. So it's important to know that we want students to have access to books. We'll come up with a protocol for how to either properly create some individual book bins that then get cleaned before redistributed. But we'll want access not only to classroom library books, but school library books, KDL library books. We're going to want to come up with that. We didn't do that in the spring just because we were on lockdown. But we'll come up with a protocol to make sure people have access to those materials. Expanding on that, the question also talked about worksheets. We've gotten questions from teachers who are hearing from friends and relatives around the country who are saying no worksheets, no paper materials, and we're not going that far. We think all of those are valuable for learning experiences. However, if there are things that you can do online, it's worth some consideration about shifting some of your practices. Now's a good time to shift some things online if there's something that you can do online rather than having a worksheet for it or something else. It might be good practice. If all of a sudden we're all in remote, you might be more likely to be ready for that. So none of that is black or white, yes or no, I understand that, but we want to make sure that learning happens, and we want to make sure that people have access to the learning materials that they need and be able to utilize those. So that's on materials. Quickly, classrooms with Treehouse, we answered this earlier in the earlier session too, John. I think it was 10 days before, is that right? Treehouse will be out of your classrooms?
Yeah, they're going to be out on August 14th. Yep. So Treehouse last day is August 14th. So they'll be out at that point, which will allow, it's not as much time as everybody else, I understand it, but it will allow hopefully adequate time for building all of those classroom setups that they have.
And teachers, you have access to your classrooms now. The one thing that we would ask is that if you go into your classrooms, if you're doing any work in your classrooms or looking specifically at your space, please make sure that you communicate with your building principal. We've asked all of our building principals to walk through the buildings, get an idea of every space and how they can be configured. And we just want to make sure that if they have a plan, that you understand what that is before anything else happens. So just, you have access to your buildings, you're free to go into your classrooms and get any materials you need, do any planning. Again, if you're in the building, please wear a mask and just make sure that whatever you're doing in the building, you're communicating with your building admin. And then a specific question, just while I'm looking at it, when will teachers be given planning guides to the subject areas? All of those spreadsheets that were created were shared out with grade levels after each grade level meeting. So if you haven't, I tell you what, I'll send them out again with the link to everybody, to each grade level. Specifically though, I want to make sure that any resource teachers or people who need access to multi-grade levels, if you're missing one, please just shoot me an email and I'll get it to you quick.
Great, thanks, Scott. Question about the district providing classrooms with Lysol wipes and hand sanitizer in addition to other cleaning supplies. Lysol wipes, I'll be 100% frank, we're not going to be able to commit to doing because they're next to impossible to get at the volume that we would need them, and to be able to continually get them at the volume that we would need them. So rather than the Lysol wipes, that's why we're getting the spray bottles that will allow us to spray down those hard surfaces. Hand sanitizers, we have already installed an increased number in all of the hallways. We're in the process of adding them into the individual classrooms 712 that don't have sinks. And then what we would need to know at the elementary level is if we have classrooms that don't have a sink where students can wash their hands, can we add one in there? Obviously, it's an increased cost to do so, but we want to make sure that we have that opportunity for our students. One of the things in our roadmap that is not specific in the Michigan roadmap and is not required strongly or even strongly recommended is that we're asking all students when they enter and leave classrooms to wash in and wash out. So in order to do that, we obviously need to have a sink that's available for students to wash their hands or hand sanitizer to be able to do that. Inside the roadmap, it suggests that we clean at least 3 times a day, that students have the opportunity to wash their hands at least 3 times a day. Washing your hands is infinitely more sanitary than using a hand sanitizer, but we also recognize that there's a time constraint that goes along with some of the work that we're talking about. So from a student standpoint, if students come in at the beginning of the day and they wash their hands as they come into the classroom, and they're in the classroom up until lunch, they wash their hands for lunch. There's already 2 times that we've given them an opportunity to wash hands, and if they've been in the classroom from the beginning of the day until lunch, there hasn't been any chance for them to get out and grab germs that might be outside of the classroom, if that makes sense. And then recognizing that within that 4-hour time frame, the high touch point pieces are going to be taken care of in terms of the light switches, door handles, those kinds of things that will help from that cleaning standpoint. So we won't be able to do the Lysol wipes. I'd love to be able to find like the Lysol wipes gold mine and just hoard all of them for our folks and be able to provide them for everyone. It's just not feasible. They're not going to be able to make enough to meet the needs for our district, and I won't be able to commit to doing that for the district because we won't be able to get those and have them available to us. So under the classroom furniture requirements, pillows, beanbags, cloth chairs, couches, etc. Those are areas that are very difficult to clean. So we've started saying if you have a couch in your room and it's a cloth couch, obviously if anything gets on top of that couch, it could seep into the cushions. If it seeps into the cushions, there's no way that we can get that clean. So those are some of those porous materials that extremely difficult for us to clean, and also potentially take up some space where we might be able to have students separate out based on tables or desks and get a little bit further space when they're inside your classroom. So we want you to take a very close look at the classroom furniture that you have inside your rooms. And if there are things that are porous like cloth chairs, bean bags, pillows, couches, etc., that we don't believe we can effectively clean, I think it's wise to get those out of your classroom. And granted, it's not the exact same experience that students would have had before. I had a couch in my classroom and I used it for reward. I used it for kids to hang out and do small group work. I 100% understand it. But in this case, I would have taken it out of my classroom and taken it home because I just wouldn't have wanted to create a space where A, students are going to gather and be very close to one another, and B, a place where some of that might settle and stay and not be able to be cleaned effectively. So we are asking that you take a look at those and take care of that. So interesting comment here, just several hand sanitizers have been placed on the FDA list as dangerous products. I assume we're not using one of those and that someone's keeping track of newly added ones. The answer to that is yes. We have very specific protocols for what we can and cannot purchase as a school setting. So yeah, we're not grabbing the ones that are FDA listed dangerous. We're not able to provide those inside of our classrooms. So thank you for that quick follow-up. Scott, you want to take the one on MAP testing, just in terms of when should we administer the MAP tests or complete other beginning of the year assessments, knowing kids may be going remote?
Yeah, and that's important. We want everybody to know that we've been having conversation about all of our assessments, our screenings, MTSS processes, all of those things we are working on having up and running. So MAP testing will be available starting right away at the beginning of the year. I'm like in other years, we'll have a window. I'm not going to say this is the date, but we will have a window. My recommendation, and I'll talk with principals about this, is that you map test as soon as you can. When you get in the classroom, MAP also has a remote option. So we will map test whether we're in person, whether we're remote. We'll map test our in-person, we'll map test our remote. We're gonna do the same thing with dibbles. Our dibble screening, we're working out a protocol. We plan on still having the dibble sweep teams. We're working on protocols to do that in buildings safely. That obviously requires more specific scheduling on a building basis, but I will get information out to building principals about MAP availability, but I would just want people to know that it'll be ready right away. So work with your building team, work with your building administrator as to when you want to get that scheduled for MAP testing. And then we'll have information out about other assessments and how those are going to be scheduled and how those will work. I also, John, if it's okay, I want to jump in on reading curriculum and reading workshop.
Yeah.
Our plan right now is that those, we don't have a plan to tape all those lessons yet. Number one, because John, like John said, we're planning on being in phase 4. We're planning on being live in person. If something happens and we're all remote, then we're going to have some conversation about how we can collaborate as a grade level on that. Our instructional specialists will absolutely be available to help with any of those mini lessons, and we'll talk about potentially getting some of those taped and helping out with those, especially for our remote, whatever our remote learners might look like. But I don't want to start taping those right away because I want those mini lessons to be part of the connections that we build with kids, even if they are remote. I think that live opportunity is important. Now we're going to learn as we go along. And like I said, if all of a sudden we're all remote and we realize that as a structure, it makes sense for one person to tape them for this week and one person to tape, then we can really divide up that work and collaborate and work together on that. Plus we're also going to learn how to best deliver those mini lessons. I think there's going to be some learning as we go, right? All of you know that you, on a daily basis, expect your mini lesson to be one thing and quickly it becomes something else. And so before we start taping all those, I want to get our feet under us. So there'll be a ton of support. If you have questions or need help, please don't be shy about that. Not only from a lesson perspective, but then how do I tape it? How do I share it? How do I do it live and then tape it and share it? We'll be there to support all of those things.
Thanks, Scott.
Yep.
One quick question about the paper towel dispensers, how they're frequently empty and will they be filled appropriately? Will we have access to extra? Obviously, this is something that we're going to have to ramp up on our end. I know that from a spray bottle standpoint, Arlen is already intending to have additional spray bottles in the main office. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to have that as well for our paper towel dispensers. And if there's a need to get that refilled during the school day, that we're notifying the office and being able to get that taken care of. We want to make sure that you have everything that you need in terms of cleaning. And so if those are empty, we would certainly want to know that, and we'd want to make sure that we get those filled. So that's going to be a part and parcel of our process as we go forward, of ensuring that we have those additional pieces or additional supplies out and ready to go for you, just available in the office in some place so that they can either easily be carried to you, or that if you need to go get them at some point during a short break in your day, that you can do that. Another question about instruction with students at their desks. We talked about this in the K2 group. Certainly you can use carpet space for students. You can certainly do small groups with students. The question would be, in doing so, how can we best space them out so they are at a maximized distance away from one another? And so in some cases, I don't know, again, I don't know how the room is set up, but if there are things that are taken out, additional furniture, those types of things, and this kind of goes into the second question in this, where it says, do we need to room all furniture except for students' chairs and their desk? We want you to think very purposefully about how can you maximize the spaces inside your classroom, and how can you do that in the most safe and efficient way. So if you've got additional furniture, you've got additional pieces, but from a carpeting standpoint and a grouping standpoint, you can make that work, then certainly let's make sure that we do that. Our concern and what we're learning from the research that is being shared out is that from a couch standpoint, A, it takes up a significant amount of space, and then B, you're really only able to have one person on it at any given point. Whereas if you take that out and you use that as potentially carpet space, you might be able to get 2 or 3 kids in that same or similar space. And you're not looking at that cloth piece. So what we are continuing to learn about the virus itself is that it's predominantly spread via aerosol. It is still vitally important that we wash hands and we clean those hard surfaces, and we do everything we can with the Clorox 360s every day to sanitize an entire room, which we'll continue to do. But the more that we can create space inside classrooms by removing furniture that doesn't allow students to sit individually and be separate and to be cleaned, the better we're going to be able to serve our kids. So carpet groups are fine. Kids turning and talking to each other, also fine. Particularly because we're saying that at the K-5 level, all students have to wear masks, as well as at the 6-12 level, unless they're medically unable. That was done very specifically with our PPE group because we knew we couldn't make the social distancing mark of 6 feet, and purchasing plexiglass dividers for the entire K-6 classrooms, for all of our K-6 classrooms, was about $500,000. And with a projected $350 per person budget reduction, there's just no way financially that we could do that without losing some of our most valuable asset, which is our people. So the tables, are you allowed to have them sit right next to each other? That was a great question that was asked in our K6 or our K2 group. So if you have tables, remember everybody's sitting and facing in the same direction falls under that highly recommended category, and it's written specifically for a K-5 group that doesn't have students wearing masks. So if in your tables, in order for them to sit next to each other, you can only have a foot or 2 of space, but if they sit across from one another, they're at 5 feet of space. I think that that's a far better way to attack the social distancing piece, even if they're not facing the same direction. Remember, they're wearing masks, and now they're distanced out at a further distance. So having them wear masks and sitting side by each at 2 feet is not as safe as having them sit at 4 or 5 feet and facing each other with a mask on. So using some of that judgment related to how do you organize and build your classroom to ensure the greatest amount of distance between students and still while they have their masks on, I think is really important. So from a lunch standpoint, I'm just marking this one off as answered. Are we still expecting students to eat lunch in the classroom if there's not space for them to be 6 feet apart? And the answer to that also is yes. And here's the reasoning behind doing that piece. If we send large groups of students down to the cafeteria and they're 4 feet apart and they have their masks off, we're exposing a larger number of groups to, if anyone is potentially asymptomatic, to a single person who is asymptomatic. So it reduces that creates that cohorting that is required underneath the work that we're doing. We're asking students to self-screen before they come in. We're monitoring them for symptoms, and if we have students that have symptoms, we're sending them down to the office to be evaluated and very likely sent home until we are certain that they don't have the COVID virus. We're washing in and out, wearing masks, cleaning frequently touched surfaces, all in an effort to minimize all of that exposure rate. Having everyone go to the lunchroom during that time, if they can't be separated out efficiently, in essence kind of cuts all of that work off at the knees. So our goal, yes, is to potentially have students eating inside their classrooms. We're looking at lots of options related to how that works, utilizing all different types of our staff to do so. From a lunch standpoint, we are about 99% certain, I would say darn near 100 that we're doing box lunches for everyone. So instead of creating hot lunches where they come through a line and they pick things up, we create that box lunch for students that allows us to deliver those to the classroom. It creates some flexibility in the start and end of lunchtime so that we can potentially do a little bit more creatively. Our building principals are working together as a group of 7 to try to create consistencies across the district, recognizing that there are some schools that have a gym, a project room, and a cafeteria, and others that have a gym which triples as a project room and a cafeteria. So the goal is to create that consistency in how they go about that work, but we're also creating flexibility in the scheduling of that to try to maximize that separation as well. Just marking that one as done. I'll use this as a follow-up. If our 500+ school only has 1 secretary, how is she supposed to take in all of the students sent to the office? Hard for us to figure that one out, honestly, right now. We don't know how many students are going to be sent down. It's certainly our hope in the communication that we're sending home to parents that if they have a student that is symptomatic, that they will keep them home. Realistically, we know that that's not going to occur. However, once we get through the first week or so of school, maybe the first 3 to 4 weeks of school, where it becomes very clear that if a student has any sort of symptom, they're going to be sent down to the office. They're going to be worked through a process by which they're going to be temperature checked. The parents are going to be called. They're going to be asked several questions about whether they were exposed to anyone or anyone that was known to be exposed. Did they travel? All of those things. And then still even likely sent home. That over time, parents just say, look, it's not going to be worth our time to send Johnny to school because we're just going to send him home. So let's figure out a way to keep him home and engage in this in a remote way, potentially, and kind of build it from that side of things. But realistically, it's going to be a heavy burden in the front part of the year if we have families that don't pay attention very closely to whether their kids are or are not sick and whether they are or are not going to send them to school. That part, yeah, will be very difficult. So when we have somebody who is symptomatic, we have that conversation with the parents. We're going to try to couple in our nurses to the best of our ability. Obviously, with 2 nurses and 9 buildings, again, the amount of information that they're going to have to sort and sift and filter is going to be there. But if our general stance is that a student is symptomatic, they need to go home and be gone and be without symptoms for 24 hours minimum before they come back, or they need to be home for 48 hours and have a test before they come back, depending on everything that we hear from the parents. Hopefully, the number decreases over time. But can I guarantee that? No, I can't guarantee that. So.
It was a good answer, and we want to be open and honest with where we do expect some extra work to happen and some of those extra burdens. There are a couple of questions, or one question specifically about planning time, and we want to address that. Our plan right now, part of our return to school plan in limiting exposure and traveling is that specials will take place in the classroom. PE, we're working with those teachers as well to make plans to be outside as much as possible, and we're having that conversation. Regarding planning time, our hope is that there isn't lost planning time. So the question was, how does the district plan to compensate teachers for lost planning time due to students coming in at 8:10 and specials being in the classroom? And our hope is that we don't lose planning time. We'll work with schedules to do that. But what we would ask, first and foremost, is that you communicate with your building administrator if you feel like you're losing planning time as the year gets started, that you be proactive about that and have that conversation with them about it. Nobody's going to think poorly of anybody else or get bent out of shape about that. We want to have open and honest communication. So if you think that's happening, talk to them ahead of time. We've had some circumstances in the past where teachers lost planning time, and it was just due to some scheduling oversights and errors, quite honestly. And we didn't learn about it until second semester, and then it was hard to go back and fix. Whereas if we know them right away, we want to be proactive problem solvers along with that. The question specifically talks about 8:10 and student arrival. We are working on student arrival, so people aren't congregating and waiting in the same area. It's important to note that that time before school isn't technically counted toward planning time. So your planning time contractually says it's for the elementary no less than what it is at the high school level. That one class times 5 is 285 minutes. So we actually build in a little more than that. It's typically about 295 minutes a week for planning time, and that's devoted to that time at lunch and then all of the specials. So that's not before school planning time or before school report time. We've never counted toward your planning time. So that doesn't take away from that. So just be open, talk to your building admin if you feel like you're losing that time.
And just to follow up on that, Scott, I know that our building leaders are meeting today at 11:30, and that was one of the questions that they asked specifically of me earlier today. And I said, look, we need to do our best to adhere to what we've been doing previously. So if teachers are typically in their classrooms at 8:20, and that's kind of when their supervision officially starts, then we should be working very hard to make sure that we meet that. So how do we do that? By having students come in at a staggered way or work through some of those pieces. And so that's an ongoing conversation that we're still in, because remember, we're all trying to re-envision school. We're trying to re-envision the logistics of school. We're trying to re-envision how do you get students into a building and do it in a staggered way. We're trying to re-envision how do you do lunch and do it in a way that maintains the duty-free lunch for all staff, not just for our teachers, but for all staff. It maintains the planning time for our teachers. We're working very hard in conjunction with our building administrators, in conjunction with the GEA, to ensure that we're meeting all of the things that are in the agreements that we have and still re-envisioning school the way that we've known it for the past 20 years. So that's the difficult part, and it's hard for us to effectively project, here's how we're going to do the staggered entrance for all buildings, because all buildings are slightly different and have different ability to bring students in different places. I know in one of our elementaries, they've already done that, where the 5th and 6th graders go in one door, the 3rd and 4th graders go in another door, K2 goes in another door, and it's already kind of a staggered entrance into the buildings. And so we're trying to make sure that we generate that consistency within our district, within our buildings, and are continuing to work with our buildings and our GEA to ensure that we're meeting everybody's needs all the way through. So know that it's not our intent to go, well, guess what? You're starting at this time and you got to cover this and you got to do this and you got to do this. And this is what your planning is. We've already given it to you. We're not standing on a pedestal and screaming about those things. We're working very hard to make sure that we're meeting all of those criteria for you guys. So we've got a little over 20 minutes left, and so I want to make sure that I give some time for the questions to kind of continue to populate. So I want to talk about a little bit about the air filtration piece. That has come up in about 5 or 6 questions in the staff safety Q&A. And again, thank you for those questions. Like I said, we have 92 of them in there now, maybe 93. I haven't scrolled down since we started talking. But our PPE group, when we started talking, one of the first meetings that we had was related to, hey, what can we do about air filters? So by the time we got back together a week and a half later, 2 weeks later, we had already purchased and were installing higher quality air filters into every one of our buildings. We're also pulling in additional outside air into all of our buildings. And we'll continue to do so, provided that we don't, in the wintertime, in the process of pulling all that air in, create the building to be an igloo. That's not what we want. But we're going to pull in as much air as we possibly can. In the Michigan roadmap, it says that having windows open when appropriate is great. So if you have the ability to open the windows in your classroom, open the windows in your classroom. We've had questions, well, can we open our doors? If you need to, in order to move air, provided your door is locked and you can pull it closed, yes, obviously from a safety standpoint, having that door closed is the most appropriate. So I would say that if you're going to do that as kind of a last measure of air movement. But we're already working toward cleaner air, more outside air, so that we can keep people safe inside of our buildings. So up at the top says elementary teachers will still have a duty-free lunch combined with planning time daily for about 60 minutes plus the specials time. The goal right now, we're trying to figure out, can we keep that dedicated 60 minutes, or in talking with the GEA, is there a possibility of giving the 30 minutes duty-free lunch and then giving that 30 minutes at grade level later on in the day so that you can still have that common planning? I want you to hear that I'm going to say option about 3 times in the next 5 seconds so that you know that it's an option, and because it's an option, we're thinking about that option, but we're not sure we're going to use that option. We're investigating every possible scenario to ensure the duty-free lunch, to ensure the common planning time, and to ensure that we meet all the criteria in the Michigan roadmap. So please know, we're continually working with the GEA to ensure that we're meeting the criteria, and we will not move beyond what the master agreement says without constant conversation with the GEA, and GEA and us being collaboratively the same, in the same place and having the same stance as we go forward. So we're not looking to remove things without lengthy conversations. So another question, this teacher typically comes in on the weekends or stays late one evening a week to plan and catch up. Are you still allowed to do this? Do we always need to check in with admin? I think it's wise to let your administration know, hey, I'm in late on Wednesdays or whatever, just so that there's a knowledge of that. But yeah, you can still stay in and plan and catch up. And the reason that I say that it's important that your admin know that is, let's say that Wednesday is your typical day to stay in and catch up. That may impact the path that our cleaners use to do the cleaning of the entire building that evening. So if they're running that Clorox 360 machine and you're typically there from, let's say, 3:30 until 5:30 or 6, they might choose to start in a different part of the building and alter their path so that you are gone by the time they swing through your building to make that cleaning. So it's not a check-in with the admin for permission. It's a letting your administrators know that you're going to be there. So working through that with them so that from a cleaning standpoint, we can accurately plan and adequately plan, I think is really important. So it's going to be really critical that there's constant communication between our administrators and our teachers and our GEA to ensure that we're meeting everybody's needs. But the fact that we're not renting out our interior spaces will allow us to build an appropriate plan for cleaning the buildings every night. But if you're there, I certainly don't want the Clorox 360 machine coming through and being sprayed on you. So that's where that is. Great question about remote teachers. I sent out last week a notice that said, if you are medically unable to teach and you need to be in the remote setting, to obviously A, get the medical documentation, and B, having a conversation with me. So the way that the process is built is according to the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so if there's something that doesn't allow you to be inside the classroom based on the criteria for work right now, I would need to know that. We would need to have a conversation. And between the two of us, with the doctor's recommendation and documentation, we have to find a way for meaningful work to happen for you. So that's a part of the conversation that we're going to have to work through for each individual person, whether it's a teacher, a paraprofessional, a person who works in food service, any one of our itinerants, any staff member that we have, secretaries, people in our office, anyone that's there that is in that place would have to have that conversation with me with the medical documentation so that we can work through that together. So no, we haven't already hired them. It took us, we needed to make sure that we knew how many we were going to need. We've got to be able to disaggregate our 17% data to determine how many we need at each grade level. So that's still part and parcel of the work that we're doing on our end to ensure that we're supporting everybody's needs effectively. So the Clorox 360, I'm just going to read this aloud because I haven't had a chance to read it fully, and then I'll come back. So See, understand the need to keep things sanitized, but also concerned about the Clorox 360 being sprayed in the building. Clorox is considered a pesticide and concerned about the long-term effects of the chemicals being sprayed all over the building. There are products that still disinfect but are non-toxic. Is this something we can look into? I will have to check with Arlen on that and Heather. And Heather, I don't know if you're able to jump on. I know she's listening remotely and working on a meeting on the other end of it, but the most recent machines that we purchased aren't specifically Clorox 360 machines. And I don't know, Heather, do you know what chemical we're using in those?
The chemical is similar to a Clorox. It's just called an e-mist machine, but it uses the same chemical.
Okay. Can we look into that piece of it and just to ensure and the understanding of this employee that it's a pesticide, can we look into that and just verify that what we're using is going to be non-toxic and safe?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I will do that. We have to make that we have to meet those requirements anyway, okay. But I will send a message to Arlen and I'll get back to you.
Okay, perfect. And then for the anonymous attendee who sent that, if you're willing, and want to just send me an individual email with your concern, that way Heather and Arlen and I can send that back to you specifically. Just know that we're going to work very hard to ensure that's there. So is it a chlorine-based solution, Heather, that Clorox 360 uses?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Is it a chlorine-based solution that the Clorox 360 machine uses?
I don't know, but I'll find out.
Okay. So yeah, again, I don't know if it's the same person because you put it in as an anonymous attendee, which is fine. But if you're willing to send me an individual email or emails with those questions, we'll make sure that we get those directly back to you. So we've got about 13 more minutes, and I don't want to shut this completely down because I've committed to an hour for you. And if there are questions, I want to make sure that I stick with those questions as we go. One question that wasn't asked in this one, but was asked in the other one, so I will address it. And it's a part of the several questions in the Q&A is just, so if we have a COVID positive, what does that mean? Whether it's a staff member, whether it's a student, whatever that is, what does that mean? And just know that we're going to work very hard with the health department in those instances. We need to give them a multitude of information about the amount of exposure, when the exposure happened, when it all occurred, and then they give us protocols for how we move forward with that. So we just have to work very, very closely with them, and they will guide some of our thinking there. So question, has the option of ending the school day for elementary kids 30 minutes earlier so teachers can have their 30-minute planning at the end of the day. The kiddos would then have a 30-minute lunch that would need to be covered instead of 60-minute coverage. I can tell you that's part of one of the options. Again, I said options. We're looking at every possibility. And when we have those possibilities, that in an instance would be a change to the master agreement. In the master agreement, it's agreed that we would give 50 minutes of total time at lunch. We've been giving 60 minutes, but it's agreed that we would give you 50 minutes. Any change that we would make to not only the agreement itself, but past practice, which would be the 60 minutes. So I'm not saying we're going to use the 50 minutes as our guidepost, that 60-minute coverage, any change to that, we would want to make sure that we completely engage our GEA in that. So and we've already talked with them a little bit about potentially offering that as an option, but certainly want to make sure that we're addressing that appropriately. So that's one of the options that's on the table of being able to adjust those eating times so that they are more separated and moving that 30 minutes of planning to a different time, whether it's right at the end of the day or whatever that might look like. So certainly part of the process that we're working through. So thank you for that. All right. Just making sure we don't have any additional open questions. I'm kind of flipping through now my Q&A to see if I hit or if we hit all the big questions that were there. All right. I think we've hit most of the questions, the big ideas in the Q&A. Scott and I are going to continue working on that to categorize and answer those questions as effectively as we possibly can. Obviously, if you have additional things that you want to add, continue to do that. I see that we're now up to 93 questions, which again is great. We're going to continue to work through those as we kind of go forward, but just want to make sure you have that. Just in closing, I just want to say thank you first and foremost. We had 88 people on our first Zoom call. We were up to as many as 80 participants in this call. And I just think it speaks volumes to the dedication of our staff to wanting to understand better what this is going to look like, having questions that they needed to get answered, and just your dedication to kids. I need you to hear that we so appreciate everything that you do. We are committed to working with you. We're committed to working with our building leaders. We're committed to working with our community to ensure that we give the best and safest learning environment for all, not just our students, but for our staff, for our parents, for everybody. So we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to answer questions that come up in the Q&A. And hopefully over the course of the next several weeks, there's a greater clarity in the things that we're doing for you, and we'll build that out. The questions that we've answered in this, we will put out in that spreadsheet. Honestly, many of them are going to be on the staff Q&A. So the Q&A might be the better place to kind of begin with, but we will share those out as a spreadsheet. Obviously, we are recording this video, and that's going to go out to everyone as well. But just wanted to ensure that that you all know that we appreciate you. The information is available. We are consistently available, and we'll continue to do anything we can to support you. So, Roger, anything you want to say in closing?
Sure, John. Thanks. I'd like to thank John for facilitating this meeting. We'd really like to thank you guys for being here. Wonderful questions. And at any time, like you said, you can do the Q&A or just give us a call. We're happy to talk about these things and really try to work through them. It's very obvious that we don't have the answers to every single question, and this is such an unprecedented time. I know you've heard that a million times, but it's so true, because as we're getting closer to school, obviously there's still a lot of unknown things from a timing perspective, but it's all starting to come together in regards to the phase 4 planning that we have, and we'll see where it goes. But we appreciate your time. If there's anything that you can do between now and the time where you start hearing more, one of the things is make sure that the professional development that's out on the remote side of things, that you feel very confident, proficient in those basic things that have been brought out in the remote world, because you will be using that sometime this year, I am sure, whether it's beginning of the school year, a month in, this thing isn't going away anytime soon. So flexibility is going to be a key, and would not want you to be in a situation where you have to jump to remote learning and don't at least have basic proficiencies. We have people to help you with that. So please do not hesitate to ask or to say, I need help. That's what people are here for. So thank you for your time. Appreciate all the efforts of so many people thus far. And, together we will provide a quality Granville education for every student. So thanks in your partnership in that.
Thanks, everyone. Scott, Roger, Heather, Angie, we're just going to leave this link open for our 11:30. So go ahead and mute your video and your microphone, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Hey guys, we'll start in about 1 minute. All right, it's 11:30, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Number one, I just want to say thank you for being a part of the meeting. I know that we're kind of adding participants as we go. Right now, we're up to about 37, 38. We'll continue to add those throughout the course of our time, but just wanted to let you know that really the process for this is going to be much more Q&A than it is me talking to you or at you or Scott or Roger or any of us. We are committed to having this be an opportunity for you to ask questions and to wonder about some things and allow us to give you some answers. So down at the bottom of that Zoom page for you, you'll see the Q&A. As you populate those questions, we'll either be answering them live in person as this, or they'll be answered on the back side of it by Scott or Roger. They're going to be typing in some of those answers as we go. And then obviously there'll be times when Scott will answer questions. There'll be times when I answer some questions. And then if needed, for Roger to answer some questions as well. We want to make sure that no matter what happens in the course of this conversation, that you all have all the information or as much information as we can possibly provide. Our first two meetings, we had 88 folks in our first meeting. We had 80 in our second meeting. We have answered to date about 108 questions. And we anticipate that we're going to answer again another 50 to 60 in this group. So you're going to drive the conversation more than we are. So as you put those in, just make sure you have that. As a quick summary of kind of where we are now. Last time we surveyed our parents, and you heard Roger talk about 70% of our parents wanted in-person, 10% wanted remote, and 20% were undecided. Last week, Friday, Roger sent that letter home to parents and asked them to commit. Spent a vast majority of his weekend answering specific questions to parents and continues to do so as they make their decisions. But as of 8:30 this morning, we had 82% of our families who want in-person instruction. We have 17% of our families who have elected for remote. And there's less than 1%, about 0.9% of our families who have said that they're not returning. That could mean that they are a kindergarten parent who's decided that they're going to allow their student another year before they begin. That could be a senior who has decided they're going to hit a remote option and be done with it in their own way. We're going to dig in on those as we aggregate out that data, find out who those folks are, and really kind of find out what the reasoning is there. But the reality is that with a state that's in phase 4, with a region that's in phase 4, and 82% of our parents wanting in-person instruction, we continue down the path of offering in-person instruction and remote instruction. So as we move toward August 24, we're continuing down that path of all students in school that choose to be, of the 82%. Some of the things that have shifted or changed since the last time we met, underneath our mask waiver, I just got an update back on the mask waiver, and we have a document that's been approved by our attorney that allows us to have parents certified that their student is medically unable to wear a mask, but also provides the medical documentation to do so. Without medical documentation, all students are required to wear masks. The question that we are asking specifically in that waiver is, if it's not a cloth face covering, are they able to wear a shield? So as an example, if you have a student who has asthma and their doctor indicates that they cannot wear a cloth face covering, but they can wear a face shield, they'll be required to wear a face shield. Our intent as a district is to provide every protection that we can, given the guidance that we have from the state, to ensure to the best of our ability the safety of our students and staff. And that waiver gives us an opportunity to do so. In addition, we're in the midst of completing and compiling our document that we have to submit to the ISD and to the state that details all of the work that we're doing to be in school. And one of those pieces includes discipline for refusal to wear a mask. So I'm not medically unable, I just flat refuse to wear it. Those are going to be treated very similarly to what you would look at from a dress code violation. And so the first instance, parent contact, student is given a mask. If they refuse to wear the mask, then they have to go home. Second instance, parent documentation, student is offered a mask, they refuse to wear the mask, they go home. Going into that second, the end of that second, going into the third potential one, we reserve the right to place a student in a remote setting if they blanketly refuse to wear a mask and have no medical documentation that would indicate that they are unable to do so. So if we have students that are flat refusing to wear masks, we're going to go through a process of conversation between the building principals, between central office, with the parent. We're still obligated to provide them an education. We will do so in a remote setting if it's just a blanket refusal to wear the mask. I know that Roger's already answered several emails related to that with parents and is continuing to do so, but that's something that is physically written into our plan as a way to hold students accountable to the mask piece of it. The other piece that we've added is a screener. The screener is in the last stages of development from the Kent County Health Department. It would be required by staff and students to complete. It ends up being an app. It's an online piece. So they're self-screening, answering all of those questions. We get an aggregated report every day of students who did or did not. At the middle school level, it's plausible that students who have a device will be able to come through and show that they've got that completed as they come through. If they don't have that, we're going to be able to, again, pull the information from the Kent County Health Department of those who completed it, compare it to attendance, and have follow-up conversations with parents about the need for that screener to be happening every single day. The great thing about that is all of that data then also goes into the Kent County Health Department. So not only do we have information that is middle school specific, we also have information that's comparative across the entire county for every school that's able to use it. Every school that I've talked to is intending to use it. It's a free resource, and because it aggregates that data for everyone, it's an extremely valuable way for us to begin to pull information from our entire county to see where we're at. So those are some things that have since been added as we've gone forward. The other piece that we are working very closely with, I'm working closely with Arlen now, is related to the hourly cleaning. And this is obviously more specific to a 712 teacher. But there have been lots of questions in the Q&A document that I put out. There are 93, I think, questions in there now. I'm working through those. But one of the repeating questions, or one of the things that I've heard over and over again, is, are students able to help us clean? We are providing, from a cleaning standpoint, a spray solution. We don't have the ability to gather enough Lysol wipes because of the demand that's on those to ensure that those are going to be there for everyone. So we're providing a cleaning solution in a spray bottle that can be sprayed on the flat surfaces and can be wiped off. Currently, we're working on grabbing a solution that does not require gloves. If we're able to find a solution that doesn't require gloves, we would be able to have students help us with the cleaning, which would mean that you'd be able to walk the desks in your classroom before students leave, give a quick spray, students wipe those off, they throw their paper towel away, and the cleaning has occurred. So it should expedite that process. We don't yet have that in place, and I didn't know that we could do that until I talked to our attorney last Friday afternoon. And so Arlen's busy digging into trying to find some of those options for us currently. Do I think we're going to get them? I don't know. He thinks there's a possibility, but we want to make sure that that's there. So as we start kind of processing and thinking through some of those things, I just need you to hear that we're listening to the questions that are out there. We're listening to the concerns that are there, and we're doing everything in our power to ensure that we get to that safety point. Okay. First question is, what will the employee screening look like? We're waiting to grab that information from the Kent County Health Department. My guess, based on the conversations that I've had with them, is that it's going to ask them to confirm that they have no symptoms, which would include fever, cough, runny nose, etc. We'll ask them to confirm that they've not been exposed to somebody who has COVID or COVID-related symptoms, and that they haven't traveled. Obviously, for students, if they've been in school, we'll know if they've traveled within the last 14 days because they wouldn't have been in school, but provides us some of the opportunity to gather that detail and that information. If a student then becomes ill or sick during the school day, or an employee becomes sick during the school day, they head down to our office, and there we have an established quarantine room is what it's called. And we have to go through a protocol of asking their parents if they've been sick. We look at the data that they put in the screener to see if the screener was accurate for what they put or didn't put in. And then very likely they go home until they are symptom-free for a period of 24 to 48 hours, depending on all the information that we gather from the parents. And then if we have concerns, the information that we gather from the Kent County Health Department. So 100%, we're gonna, with kids that are symptomatic, we're gonna send them to the office, we're gonna evaluate them, and in as many cases as we're able, we're gonna send them home. Our hope is that parents listen to the screener that we have, focus in on the questions that are there, and they keep their students home. Are we realistically, is that gonna happen all the time? No, but we believe that it's gonna happen more often than it's not, because in their parents' reply to us, before their kids come to school, they're going to verify that they're COVID-free. They're going to verify that they understand that if their students are symptomatic, that they know they're going to have to go to the office. And every day they're going to have to fill out that screener that says that their student is none of those things. So over time, as students are sent down to the office and then they have to go home, and they have to be home for 24 to 48 hours and be symptom-free, it'll start to build the palette that we can use to try to build that forward. So those are a couple of the questions. Here's one just came up. Will we accept new students to Granville schools because neighboring districts are remote and we are in person? And the answer to that is no. And I can let Roger speak to that if he chooses, but we've had lots of conversation about that, and we're not going to be that district. Roger?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're not going to do that. I know Grand Rapids decided to go all remote, and we have a Kent County agreement that we're not going to be taking each other's kids. I don't want other people's kids, and I don't want them taking ours. So we're not going to be doing that just because somebody's not happy that they're all remote.
So those are all the questions that we currently have. Like I said, we're going to let you kind of drive this discussion related to the questions that you might have for us. Let me look through our Q&A and see what key components that we have in here. So one of the questions that was asked in one of our previous meetings was related to if we have a positive case, what does that look like? In all of our documents, we share that we are going to lean on the Kent County Health Department to help drive our decision making. And here's why. They have a far better understanding of how the virus spreads. They have a far better understanding and a bigger data set of how people are or have not been exposed and then subsequently ended up infected. So we need to make sure that we're investing in them. And part of it is this: if the student tests positive but was absent for 3 or 4 days, we may not need to quarantine anybody. If they're positive on a Sunday and they haven't been with any of our staff or students in the last 48 hours, we may not need to quarantine. With all the hand washing and sanitizing that we're doing, one of the things in the Michigan, none of the things in the Michigan roadmap require us to wash in and wash out of classrooms. What we're doing in your classrooms is we're installing hand sanitizers on the wall. The because we can't get enough of the pumps, but we can get the solution that goes inside the ones that mount on the wall. So we're mounting those on the wall so the students can hand sanitize in and out of your classrooms. So that has an impact on the spread of the virus. The number of people that are wearing masks or not wearing masks has an impact on the spread of the virus. And so we have to be able to give them all of the information that we have. And then based on the information that we have, they'll give us some guiding practices related to who should or shouldn't be quarantined, who should go home, who should not go home. And we're going to lean very heavily on their expertise to do so. There are lots of guiding documents, and we're still getting guiding documents from the Kent County Health Department, but you just need to hear from us that we need to rely on the medical professionals and the folks that are in the trenches from a pandemic standpoint to give us guidance as we go through that. So one question I'll read just aloud. I've heard mention, I think, that we might have longer passing times in order to get things cleaned in between classes. Is that going to be happening? And if so, what expectations, procedures do we have for kids in the hallways and waiting for the classroom to be cleaned? That ends up being something that's very much a building specific conversation. And I'm sure that Ken's already started to have some of those conversations with the building leaders. If it's something that we need to do, then we can certainly investigate that, but we would also, like you said, have to establish some protocols and procedures for students to not gather in the hallways as well. I won't sugarcoat it. The 7-12 needing to clean everything before students come in is going to be difficult. No doubt about it. It's going to be difficult to manage unless we can get those cleanliness or the solutions that students can help us with, which is why we're digging really heavily into that at this point. We weren't even sure, even with that, if legally we could ask students to do that cleaning. And in talking with our attorney on Friday, she said from a logistics standpoint, it's not unfair to ask that question. So that's what we're working toward. I don't have that yet, but we're going to continue to dig and try to work through that because we do think that it could help us from a student passing standpoint and really get us kind of moving forward. Next question just says, could our plan require a commitment to either in-person or remote for a trimester, semester, so we know where students are supposed to be on a daily basis, and how is this going to be tracked? Roger, I'm going to push this one over to you because I know you've had some conversation about that, and I just want to make sure that your voice is heard on it.
Sure. So what we're doing, we're not locking it into a semester or the whole year or anything, but we are locking it into a process. People won't just be able to jump back and forth. For example, if a student's in the remote world, and how that would happen is a parent could request that they want their son or daughter back in the in-person world. We would have conversation about that, about why, so that we can glean some more information about their experience thus far. And then we're going to look at the feasibility, the spacing. We want to keep the integrity of the spacing we'll have in place. We'll have to look at schedule, look at how that transition could happen and when is the best time for that transition to happen. I don't want to just say, nope, sorry, you're in it for the rest of the semester if we're able to do it, because for some kids, quite honestly, I'd rather have them back in your classroom than out in the remote world. So if there's a way to do it, we want to do it, but we do want to keep the integrity of the process and procedures we'll be putting in place. Sometimes that might mean a different teacher, if they have let's say a remote teacher, and they're coming to a class schedule, that could look different. If it's the same or similar teacher in the situation, when we look at their schedule, we might have to redo their schedule with that. So we're going to do our best to work with parents on that, with no guarantees that everything's going to look identical and no guarantee that that's a quick turnaround, but together we'll figure it out. And again, we want to keep the integrity of the process and procedures we put in place.
Thanks, Raj. Next question is, will teachers be penalized in any way for failing to properly, in quotation marks, clean their rooms between classes? In our documents to the state and our commitment to our parents, we have committed to cleaning between classes. If we have individual teachers or individuals who elect not to clean in between classes, it completely changes the commitment that we've made to the state, completely changes the commitment that we've made to the ISD, and it violates the plan that we have in place to being in school. It's part of the roadmap. It's part of the things that the PPE group put together for us, which included myself, Heather Raskowski, Arlen Cribley, and initially 4 and then an additional 3, so 7 members of our GEA. It was something that we all agreed was important and it was required in order for us to be back in school in conjunction with the roadmap. So those need to be done. And we're going to give obviously guidance on how that needs to occur, but it definitely has to occur every day and every hour.
There was a question, John, on looking at a hybrid model.
Sure.
We're not looking at a hybrid model at this point. We're focusing more on looking at the entire spaces that are within our building and would rather look at how do we do our best to get to as close to 6 feet as possible, utilizing the spaces that we have versus a hybrid model, which hasn't been, there are several cons to that as well. I mean, regards to kids not being with you, not knowing what's going on, being back with you, and the back and forth and the cons that creates for a variety of reasons. We would rather have something consistent, utilize all the spaces that we can. We financially are in a tough spot right now, not knowing what's going to happen with that, but looking at all spaces and utilizing them, could require us to have more staff than we anticipate, and we'll have to look at that and weigh that as well. But we're committed. Our community did not ask for a hybrid model. It was very low on the totem pole, as it was in pretty much every district throughout our county. So we are not spending time on that at this point. We're gonna really look at the in-person model that is 5 days a week. John, you're on mute.
Just continuing to follow along with the cleaning piece. We'll have all of our high touch points have to be cleaned every 4 hours. And so we'll have staff that are going around at minimum every 4 hours, getting all the high touch points, the light switches, door handles, bathroom handles, all of those things. And then if there are additional needs in terms of cleaning and those types of things, after talking with your building principal and that stuff, we may have to come up with ways for additional staff to help with some of that cleaning. I don't know what that need looks like, and that's why, in our documents, we provided the guidelines to kind of work through it. And then in looking at the work that we can do inside the classrooms and inside each individual classroom, how do we get there? The difficulty for everyone in this moment is that we're trying to re-envision the logistics of school. When we say that we're going back into school, we're going back into school, but the logistics of that are very different. And we all know that. Our parents know that because we've shared with them what being in school will look like. And I think it's important to note that the parents already know that we're not able to do a complete social distancing of kids. What it may mean is that we have to re-envision where we have things in our classrooms. Are there additional tables that we have in our classrooms for materials that we need to move out? Are there furniture pieces in the classrooms? Like I had a couch in my room when I was at the middle school, and this year I would take that and I'd move it out of my classroom because it's a porous a porous object that I can't guarantee that I can get clean. So in knowing all of that, we've got to look at the entire space and we've got to think about it as much as we can very differently. So are there ways inside of band, choir, orchestra, STEM, etc., where we're using our materials a little bit differently? where we have a rotation of materials, where students are bringing in some things of their own in order to get some work done to the best of our ability. Those are all the rethinkings that we have to begin to try to process and go through in order to get us to a place where we're not having to clean and sanitize every pencil, every stand, every whatever. And I don't know what that looks like for everyone. And that's where the difficulty comes in, where we have to begin to kind of think and rethink the way that we do some of the work in and around that. So next question, I'm just going kind of top to bottom. I still have many questions about teacher responsibilities with online learning. Could someone provide a concrete example of how this might look? Many districts have purchased online platforms that remove much of the digital legwork from the plate of the teachers. We committed to our parents, we committed to our community that we were going to provide a Granville education. And I know Roger will have some things to say on this as well. But part of that includes having the remote be aligned with the in-person. If we were to purchase, say, an Edgenuity or an Odysseyware, our teachers would then need to align their in-person with Edgenuity or Odysseyware. Because let's say you have a group of students that does need to be online, or let's say we end up in a fully remote setting. If we end up fully remote, how do we align the work that we're doing in school with what the remote piece is if they're not in line with one another to begin with? Our intent, obviously, in creating the work in the remote setting from our side was to ensure that what we were doing online and in person was aligned. And I'll leave that to Roger as well, just so that he can kind of follow up on his side of it.
Sure, John, that's exactly what we did. So, we could get a platform, have everything done, but what we committed to was a quality Granville education that mirrored our in-person day. And we have people that have been building that. When you, participate in the professional learning on Google Classroom, Google Tools, etc., you should have a basic proficiency or understanding of that. If it's, if we're going to mirror what is in what we are doing, the what and the when in our classroom, we have people that can support us in building that. Once you have professional development, I believe you'll be able to do that. But again, we have people like Chris and teachers. We have many teachers I know at the high school who have been doing that for some time, and we'll be able to look at some model lessons, whether it's high school or middle school, to give you some examples of that. That is the one thing, while we're really looking at the operations side of how do we get as much spacing as we can, how are these things all going to work, that that you can do to make a huge impact on your new reality, and it is for all of us, is really taking that professional learning on the Google tools, Google Classroom, really working with people like Chris Grounhout and Jason O'Callahan and fellow teachers to really build your expertise on that. But we do have people that are working in those areas that will provide the support. But again, it is part of your new reality, as it is all of us, that we are going to have that remote. And that's why we've been saying that since June, that that's going to be a main part of it as we move forward. So if you wonder or you're worried about that, we have people to help. They'll sit down with you, they'll work with you. Just please reach out now. Don't wait till later where we get into in-person learning, let's say, and a month later we're all in the remote world. It's better to really understand those things now. And sharing strategies. There are a lot of people doing lessons. To be on an island at this point would be foolish with that, because other people have laid many things out, activities, resources, and so on. So there's a lot out there that can be shared with you. So again, reach out to Chris or Jason, and they'll be happy to help with those.
One of the questions here, just teaching in a classroom with no windows, and is that going to be a problem? One of the things that our PPE group did in one of our first meetings is we started talking about getting increased filtration for our HVAC systems and increasing the airflow. Those have already been purchased and installed. So we already have a better filtering system that meets the criteria that are needed, that are the specs that are provided to fight the virus. And we're going to be pulling in a greater amount of outside air. We can continue doing that all the way up through the winter months. We certainly don't want to create an igloo in our buildings, but we're going to continue to pull the maximum amount of outside air as we can through those improved filters to ensure that the air quality is as good as it can possibly be. So even if you're unable to open your window, you're going to have an increased air quality inside your classrooms. So daily interaction between teacher, student, and the digital stay-at-home student. Scott, you want to jump on that and talk through some of the discussions that you've had on the instruction side?
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of piggybacks on the question that Roger answered, and it seems like there are some questions about the specifics about how this is going to work. Number one, some of this is going to be dependent on how many remote learners we have. And it's a little fascinating. It's like election day to watch these results come in. We've already added 100 more responses this morning, and we're holding at about that 80 or 18% remote learner. So right now I just had to pull my calculator out, did the quick math, that's about 14 kids right now. Well, if that holds true and we double that, then we have a classroom size of kids. And I think that would be our ideal scenario, is that then we can group them together. We can create an online cohort that they would then have classes to follow, and we would set up a schedule for them. And there would be an online teacher who would teach their math, and there would be an online teacher who would teach their language arts, science, social studies. And then we would figure out electives, but we would build them into the schedule like a cohort, likely put them on one team, and allocate a class period during the day when those people would teach an online learner. And what that would look like is they would have a schedule, and that they would log on to a Google Meet. At the beginning, you would take attendance, have your lesson, do your check-in. Now, online is going to look a little different in terms of how you're doing things, but the connection will be just like we're doing this morning, more through a Google Meet, where you'd see everybody's faces and they'd be right there for you to be able to check in and give your instruction, share your screen if you need to, and then release them to do their independent work. And you can do any individual checking in as you need to, and then they would follow a schedule. And I know I've oversimplified that a little bit, but them following a schedule where they're checking in live every day. At the same time, you can record a Google Meet for anybody that can't be there. They can watch the lesson and have a follow-up. So that's the simplistic structure of how we expect that to work at a middle school level. And again, we think it's likely structurally easiest if we can devote them all to one class to start, and then have a cohort that way. So that's the basic structure. And if people have follow-up questions about that, we can be happy to answer those down the road. John, I believe everybody got the email about, I know it's different at the elementary level than it might be at the middle school for fragility, returning to school, medical conditions, stuff like that. So
Yep.
That will play into some of these factors as well.
Yeah, most certainly. We have to look very closely at the medical pieces for folks who are medically unable to come to work and need to be able to teach in that remote setting. And from a district standpoint, it aligns with the Americans with Disabilities Act. So that's why when I sent that out last week, said, A, first I need the medical documentation that states from your doctor what you are and are not able to do. And then B, a conversation between us related to what are the things that you are able to do, what are the things you are not able to do, and how do we build a meaningful work for you within that. And that really is the crux of the conversation that's related to that. It could be the remote learning piece, it could be a combination of things, we have to work with you to ensure that we're meeting those needs, but it's always based on what does your physician say you are or are not able to do. So we make those decisions individually as we go. We just want to make sure that we're kind of jumping into that. So there have been several questions, again, just about the classroom space and the amount of space in between students and those kinds of things. The Michigan roadmap identifies that 6 feet of social distancing is not feasible if you're in person. It's not feasible in hallways. It's not feasible in all classrooms. They recognize that. We shared with our parents that we're not able to do 6 feet of social distancing. We're going to do our best based on the spaces that we have to ensure that we give as much space for our students as we possibly can. They are going to be wearing masks all day, every day, and that will create that next layer of protection for them. Our staff are going to be wearing masks all day. Again, we have all the cleaning protocols. We have the wash in and wash out of classrooms. From a sanitation standpoint, we're going above and beyond what the roadmap asks of us to ensure safety. And that's part of the process that we went through with our PPE group. And it was an agreement that was made that based on what's in front of us and based on the guidelines that we have, we're going to do these and then some. So that's kind of where we're building that out. So, so based on what Scott shared, a teacher will not be just an online teacher. If I teach language arts and I'm teaching the online class, I could have hours of school teaching and an hour that I teach remotely. I would say we're not locking out any option. And I'll say that they're all options. Our job right now is to look at every feasible space that we have in our building to see how we can utilize that space from an instructional standpoint. Our job is to look at which of our employees are or are not medically able to work. And from there, make determinations about how we support the learners in our district, whether that's in a remote setting or whether that's in an in-person setting, and whether that ends up being an individual teacher who has some in-class settings and a remote setting, whether we have somebody that's going to teach all of those remotely. Those are things that we're gathering information on right now. So until I know which teachers are mandated to be remote teachers by their doctor, and we're able to work that out for them, and until we know how many students require the remote learning in any one of those grade levels, I can't give a great answer about whether you are just an online teacher or just an in-person teacher. And I don't want to commit to that because we want to make sure that we're looking at all possible scenarios and talking to our staff and understanding what our needs are, and then reaching out to our staff to figure out how we can best fill those as we go. So it's one of those pieces. One recent question that just came up: if everyone is seated, is anyone allowed to take their mask off, similar to being at a restaurant? And the answer to that is no. They are not. They're required to have their masks on all day, except for when they're eating, unless they're medically unable. So they need to have it on while they're in the classroom. They need to have it on while they're in the hallway. They can take it off if they're outside and socially distanced from everyone else, but otherwise they need to have it on to keep themselves and everyone else protected. Let me look. These ones are kind of the social distancing questions that I just answered, so I'm going to clear those out. And that's all the current questions that we have, but we still have about 23 minutes or so. So I don't want to shut this down in any way, shape, or form. So I'll just leave that as open, and I'm just going to kind of scroll through my Q&A document here really quickly to see if there's anything that I can share from here. I know initially, a while back, there was some question about, can I wear a face shield instead of a face mask? The answer to that is no for both staff and students. If you as a staff member need to take off your mask minimally for a small portion of time because students need to be able to see your face from the nose to the chin, then you can do that, but only minimally. So you got to make sure that you kind of take care of that piece. On the lunch side of things, 2 questions related to lunch. What will lunch areas look like? Will students be able to experience open gym in the morning before school starts? When will we hear about our lunch plans? I know that Ken is working very hard with other folks in the building, and he's looking very closely at all the spaces that he has to ensure. I know he's looking at the balcony area in the gym. I know he's looking at the project room. I know he's looking at the student lounge area that's out by the office and figuring out how many people he can fit in the cafeteria at 6 feet. So he's building all of those out. Once he knows what spaces he has, he'll know how many students he can fit in those, and does that meet all the criteria that we would need to have. And know that it is his intent to keep the lunches the same that they have been, the 3 lunches, and then the same schedule with all of the students eating lunch in different places. But that's something that he's working towards. So you should, obviously you're going to hear about that before school starts. I know he started working on that even last week and is continuing to do so. In terms of the open gym in the morning before school starts, again, that's more of a building level question. I think the only way you would be able to do that is if you could have 6 feet of social distancing and you could guarantee that all students had their masks on. And I think that's going to be a difficult thing to accomplish at the beginning of the school day. But those are things I think that as a building, if that's something that is valuable and you can work out a plan to make that work, then certainly you'd be able to do that. In terms of using lockers, again, at a building level decision, I know like my sons who were, one is an 8th grader now, but one is a sophomore, they didn't use their locker in their school. They carried their backpack. They didn't wear a jacket. They wore a sweatshirt. So we taught them how to open their locker the first day of school, and then they never opened it again. So some of that is dependent on the processes and procedures that you have for your specific building. And if you're asking students to use lockers, then you're going to have to build a protocol by which how they get in and out of those lockers effectively. So it's kind of working through that process as you go. So and then a follow-up to that is students are bringing bags to class. How does this align with the reduction of porous materials in the classroom, and what measures will be taken to ensure the safety of students and staff, thinking about the alert training and possible threats and those things. Whatever they have on their backpack or on their backpack is going to be on their clothing. So I don't know that it brings anything additional into the classroom. In terms of the alert training and those types of things, we would have to look at making sure that to the best of our ability, we're allowing kids an adequate path out of the classroom if they need it. If we have to shelter in place and we have to blockade the door, backpacks could be a very efficient way to do so. So I think we got to look at, again, we've got to try to the best of our ability, kind of re-envision what that all looks like in order to make it meet the needs that we have. So I think, all right, so I answered this lunch one. I'm just clearing out a few questions so that I don't miss out on anything. Is it feeling like we're on track time-wise with making all of this happen? I would answer yes, we are. We feel very confident that we're on track making all this happen. So at present, we're still looking at that August 24 timeframe. Are we concerned about monitoring bathrooms during the day? I'm going to assume that the curiosity is, are we concerned about monitoring bathrooms and whether students are practicing or keeping their masks on while they're in the bathrooms and washing their hands and those types of things? I don't anticipate that to be any different than what has happened previously. But if you have concerns specifically about the monitoring of bathrooms related to the virus and the plan, I would encourage you to talk to Ken about that one. So. And that's all that I have typed in, but we've got still 17 minutes. So I'm just going to leave that open and again, kind of look through the questions on the Q&A to see if there's anything I heard from one of the previous previous meetings and didn't address here. So just looking, and I'll give you guys an opportunity to drop a question in there if you need. All right, I think we hit all those. Are we hiring anyone other than our present secretaries to do just COVID stuff? Currently, no. We're not sure what that number looks like. And so we're going to continue forward with the folks that we have. We will have a quarantine room. We will have increased PPE equipment for folks that are dealing with those students. We're going to obviously work with Jeanette and Jamie, our nurses, as much as we possibly can. But at present, we're not looking at hiring someone else to be like our quarantine officer under COVID. So are they doing box lunches at the middle school or normal menu? Great question, and thank you for asking, because I brought this up in the other meetings. We are going to do box lunches. It reduces the amount of contact time in the lunchroom. It provides a much easier way to clean up, because we're not using just our cafeteria for eating. If we're using that lounge space, we're using the project room, we're using the balcony, we're going to need the ability to more easily clean up the messes that we have. So box lunches are the standard that we're going to use, and it just provides us a greater level of flexibility in terms of eating, getting things pushed out. So my students have many things that are shared in each class: tools, safety goggles, etc. Are there funds available to purchase additional things as needed? I would suggest that if you have a number that you're looking for, like a number of safety goggles, etc., that put some of that proposal together and get it to your building principal. Do we have a lot of money? We do not. Like Roger shared, we're looking at a $350 shortfall for this coming school year unless something happens. We're doing our best to find fund sources in different places and making a lot of cuts to make sure that we're meeting the needs that we're supposed to need, or we're supposed to do. We've already spent our CARES Act money on PPE and things like that, and we're looking at additional revenue streams from the CARES Act as we speak. But if there's something that is required for your students to be able to learn, and it's something that we have to purchase, then we'll have to make those submissions to your building principal. They'll bring them to us. We'll work through some of those questions. Obviously, the question that we may have is what other things have you thought about doing, or what other ways have you envisioned being able to do that work without having to purchase. So make sure that as you bring those as saying, hey, here's something that we need to purchase, that you've also considered the other side of that and being able to change some of the processes and procedures to ensure that the students, we don't have to purchase and the students are still safe. So
yeah, and I would tag on to that, Bruce. I think obviously your classroom is a little different than others at the middle school when you're talking about safety goggles and tools, but maybe not that different than some of the science classrooms in terms of if you're doing labs and things like that. And we've gotten some questions even down to the elementary. What's our impact on partner work, right? What does this mean for that? And we want learning to be learning, and we want to maintain some integrity and expectation of what we know about best practice and how that's working. So as you consider, so I'm going to expand that, Bruce, thinking about your specific classroom and tools and safety glasses, things like that, what protocols could we put in place for students to clean those when they're done with them? And I envision that being possible because we had a similar conversation with kindergarten about their math manipulatives. Could students kind of clean those off when they're done with them and have a process that before they get put on the shelf, they're cleaned, they're wiped down in an appropriate way that still allows for that to happen. Same thing with shared material in any other classroom, that we have a cleaning protocol for them to be used. ELA classrooms, classroom libraries, what happens when kids are checking books in? How do we create a process that will allow them to be cleaned and then put back into circulation? We want to have some guidance for all of those things. So if you're a classroom that has that, I would recommend, if you have ideas, write them out and get them to your building admin. If you don't have ideas and you need some guidance on that, then we're happy to put together some written protocols for how those things can happen. Monica, your question about field trips, we're not, at this point in the year, we're not planning on any field trips. I believe orchestra, band trips and festivals, right now, those are all on hold from a statewide perspective anyway. So we're safe to enter the year thinking no field trips, no festivals, none of those things, and then we'll make adjustments as those hopefully change.
Yeah, and the marching band group, MSBOA, already announced that they're not doing the marching band competitions this fall. So until things turn, I don't anticipate that the band, choir, orchestra festivals will go, but they're not going to cancel them yet because they want to make sure that they provide that opportunity if it's available later. So parent-teacher conferences, can't necessarily answer that for you at this point. I don't know. That's something that we're going to have to tackle as we go forward, and it will likely depend on what phase we're in from a state standpoint, and how do we do that safely. And that's something that obviously once we get in-person instruction and we're doing that work, that we're going to have to kind of process and figure out. So,
and that's something that we probably
say, here's what we've already planned, but.
Right. Yeah, it's probably something we don't want to decide now anyway, just because we have to wait to see what the landscape looks like at that time. I can see a couple of options. Ultimately hopefully we're able to have some safeguards in place to have in-person parent-teacher conferences, but at the same time, it's certainly something we could do remotely. So. Open houses are a great question, Sherry. Thanks for bringing that up. It's something that we're talking about now. We know the value. In fact, I had a conversation with Ken quickly this morning on the phone about 7th grade orientation. So that's something that we will be planning out in a different, likely a different format, but that'll be a building level conversation that either he'll be working out, he and Ann will be working out either with whatever planning team in your building would normally have that. If that's a school improvement team discussion, or however else that happens, that's something we'll need to figure out how that looks. Like I said, I know today they're working on 7th grade orientation and what that can look like and how can we safely achieve those goals of helping kids learn the building, helping kids learn schedules, helping them feel more comfortable coming into the middle school, knowing that we need to have some different guidelines than we have in the past.
Yep. So just a great question related to if we end up going online for everyone. So if we get to phase 3 and everyone is remote across the state, what might it look like for our teachers on a daily basis? Asking because if both people in the household, like in my house, we're both in education. My wife's a teacher. So both are teachers, trying to think through a plan for both teaching online and getting the kids online for school. And that's a valid question. And some of the things that we have begun talking about are related to if we're in an all remote setting and our teachers are able to come to the school building to do their remote work. So they're doing their remote teaching from their classroom, but they have children who also need support. Potentially looking at some of our support staff to provide support for our teachers' children, where they would come in and potentially be inside the building where that teacher works and have ongoing support from an instructional standpoint. So it'd almost be like the students are going to school. We got to make sure that we meet all the daycare provisions and all of those things, but it's something that we have strongly considered to ensure that our teachers can still effectively teach and that their own students are effectively taught or supported if they're on an online situation as well. Just know that those are conversations, again, that we're continually having with our GEA and working through and trying to process. If we end up in this place, how do we support not only the staff member as an employee, but also the staff member as a parent? We're in the same boat. I have a sophomore, I have an 8th grader, and I have a 5th grader. They're all in different buildings. They all have different remote platforms. They all have different needs. And my wife and I have to figure out a way to effectively educate them as well if we're in an all remote setting. So certainly not a great, obviously solid answer, Ashley, but know that that's something that we're talking about, know that that's something that we're really working on, and just trying very hard to kind of dig into that in a very meaningful way for our staff, so that there's not only support for them as an employee, but also support for them as a parent and support for their children. So support staff is coming in to support teachers, students, who supports the support staff, kids at home. We're going to have to look at every staff member. So if you're a support staff person that has to support X number of students at home, you may not be a person that comes in and does any of that work. When we say support staff, we're talking about people that come in and do behavioral support. Maybe it's our security person. Could be any number of people that work inside not only the middle school, but across the district, who have positions in the district that we need to provide meaningful work for, and we have an opportunity for them to do meaningful work, maybe not just in the middle school, but in other buildings. So
Particularly if we're all remote
setting, if we're all remote.
Yeah, and if we're all remote, bus drivers, you know,
Yep.
we're looking to keep people doing things. So maybe not quite that specific, but we're really trying to think creatively.
And Sherry, yes, we are prepared for teacher coverage to the best of our ability. You know, there's no way to predict how many we're going to have out or not, but we're hiring a building level sub again for every building to begin with. We've been in conversation with edu staff. They're currently at 80% of their previous employees who have said that they're coming back to do substitute teaching. So we have that piece in our back pocket. And so we just need to continually look at that. If a teacher is in quarantine but is able to work remotely, to teach remotely, to telework, that may mean that we need somebody in there to support the students on a behavioral side, but don't necessarily need somebody in there to substitute teach, quote unquote. So lots of different options when we get there, but every time there's a different isolation or quarantine scenario, it provides a number of scenarios or different number of items that we have to consider before we can determine what's going to be the best solution for that individual isolation or quarantine scenario, not just for the teacher, but also for the students. So obviously it's not a definitive answer in one way, shape, or form, but those are things that we're considering and preparing for to the best of our ability. So we got about 4 minutes remaining, and I'll start the closing, and then I'll pass it over to Roger to kind of complete the closing for our time today. But number one, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate the time and energy that you've put in already, that you continue to put in, the time that you've committed to being here today and asking questions of us and seeking answers and clarity for things that you're not quite certain of. And I know that we couldn't give you solid answers on everything because some of those are building level questions that we still have to dig in on, but it's our hope through the course of our time now and going through till when we start on August 24 that we can provide very clear, concise conversations and information for questions that you may have. Our most valuable asset is our people. And so this is our chance today to start the conversation about how we support our people to the best of our ability and to continue to answer questions. Scott and I are going to continue to work on the Q&A document in conjunction with other people inside of our office to ensure that is there. Like I said, we'll share out the questions and answers that were on here, but more likely it'd be better for you to look into the staff safety Q&A because the questions that are answered here have also been answered in that staff Q&A, and we're organizing that Q&A by topic so that it's easier to find some of the information and just trying to build that out in a very meaningful way as well. We want you to know we're going to continue to work hard for you and provide you the answers that you need, and anything that we can do for you between now and August 24 and then beyond, you just have to let us know. Roger?
You bet. Thanks, John. And I'd like to thank John for facilitating and Scott for chiming in. Sorry, I had to bail out for a minute. I was on the phone with Doug Vanderjack from Hudsonville. So obviously we're all working together to try to figure many things out. But I'd like to echo what John said and thank you for your time here. Thank you for your efforts. You know, there's a lot going on. As we know, never experienced anything like this, and none of us asked for our jobs to change, but they did. And somebody recently asked me, as they were giving me their political stance, what I believed. And I just looked at them and said, it doesn't matter what I believe. And they're like, well, what do you mean it doesn't matter? I said, well, in regards to my political slant, it doesn't matter. If you want to know what I really believe in, I believe in our staff. I believe in knowing that our community, knowing that we believe in them having a choice at a time when they're allowed a choice, is important. I believe in the power of all of us working together to figure out the answers and work through this. And you guys have been doing a fabulous job with that. No, it's not perfect. Yes, we have a long way to go, but you know, we will get there. No matter what the scenario is at the beginning of the year, while we're locked into phase 4 right now and in planning for phase 4, we don't know what's in front of us. We don't know if you know, we might start the year all remote. If the, you know, governor puts us there, we may get in starting phase 4. And like I said, a month in, we're back to phase 3. I think we're just going to have to get used to, you know, being very flexible and very, you know, able to adapt. I mean, adaptability, we're always talking about how important that is for our kids as far as a skill in the future. And I think we're going to be modeling adaptability in this time. But I believe in you, and I know together we'll all figure this out. We've done an amazing job thus far. Have a long way to go, but we will get there together. So again, appreciate the time and appreciate your efforts.
And again, team, we're just going to leave this open until our 1 o'clock, okay? excuse me. We'll get started in a couple minutes, right at 1 o'clock. If you have questions that you know you want answered, go ahead and start typing those into that Q&A part of the document. Much of this conversation is going to be driven by the questions that you have for us. So we'll start right away at 1 o'clock. Alrighty, it's 1 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and just get started. I know that there are some folks that are joining us as we go. Just as a quick reminder, the way that we have been working through these before is we've kind of done more of a presentation and allowed for some questions. This one's a little different. We are allowing you the opportunity to begin asking questions right now on the Q&A. There's a little bit of information that I'm going to share on the front end of it, just as we kind of get started and you're thinking about what questions you might want answered. But the vast majority of our conversation today is going to be driven by the questions that you ask of us. So some of those questions may be answered in the background by Scott or Roger or any of the other admin that are on the call. Some of them will be answered live in person, and so we're just going to try to make sure that we manage through those. Our first 3 groups asked about 50 questions each, which was great. We also have that Q&A document that Scott and I are currently working on. We've begun organizing it and answering some of those questions. We have about 93 or 94 questions embedded in there. So we're going to continue working through all of those pieces as we go, and just know that our intent with all of this is to give you as much information as we can when we have it. So just to give you an update, the last time we talked about our parent survey, our parents didn't have all the details that they needed to make decisions. You'll remember we had 70% of our parents who were looking at in-person instruction. We had 10 who were committed to remote. We had 20% that were just in limbo, kind of wondering what they might or might not do. So as of 8:30 this morning, we had roughly 82% of our parents who elected for in-person instruction after Roger's communication last Friday. We have just under 18% who are electing for remote, and then about 0.9%, so just under 1% of our parents who are saying that they're not going to return. We don't know whether those are kindergarten students who are saying, hey, my son or daughter is going to just start kindergarten a year later. We don't know if they're seniors who are electing to find an online option to get done. Those are things that we don't know, and we're going to dig in on that so that we can better understand why we lost a 1% of our population. But we know now that an additional 12% of our parents from the 20% have said, hey, we want to be in person. And then we have the 8% that said, well, we'll choose remote based on what we heard from the district. So it's our intent currently at 82% to continue forward with how we've been communicating with in-person instruction for our 82% and the remote option for the other just under 18% as we go forward. We still have yet to identify students and numbers of students and all of those things and disaggregate the data. We don't yet have all of the teachers who have notified us that they're medically unable to work, or staff members who've identified to us that they're medically unable to come into work under the protocols that we currently have. And so that'll have some of the impact on how staff get selected in one way or the other. So that part's important. Additionally, our mask waiver has been looked over by the legal team, and we now have a very much a completed document that provides all the legal pieces that we need for our parents. What we're asking of them is to have their doctor identify which type of face covering they're unable to wear. As an example, if a student has asthma and they're medically unable to wear a cloth face covering, but their doctor identifies that they're medically able to wear a face shield, we'll require them to wear a face shield. If they're medically identified as not being able to wear any, then obviously we're not asking them to wear any, but we're adding those additional layers of qualifiers so that the medical professionals, when they're looking at what the student is or isn't able to medically do, that they're qualifying that for us. So that's something that is now in essence complete. We obviously have to make sure that we pass it along to our board before we start sending that out, but that's something that we have in place. In addition, since our last conversation, we have been working or gotten information from Kent County Health Department, who's in development, the final development stages of a screener. That screener will apply to all the Kent County schools that elect to use it, and obviously we would. Number one, it's free. Number two, it gives us aggregated data daily for the students that have gone through the screener and have said, no, I'm not symptomatic, I haven't done this, and they get the green light that says they can come to school. But it'll also give us information about students who are in school but didn't complete the screener. And obviously over the course of the first several weeks of school, we're going to have to figure out a way to track that and have conversations with parents and students who don't complete the screener on a daily basis. But as we get that data and it starts to build for us, we'll have aggregated data on a day-to-day basis, and we'll be able to compare that aggregated data to what the Kent County Health Department has as a county-wide. So now we can make even, again, better informed decisions about what the screening looks like across the county, and how do we compare that to what we have here in Granville Public Schools. So that part was there. The other piece that we've really been working hard at is trying to find a cleaner that does not require gloves. And here's why. Recognizing that at 712, there's classes that change regularly. We're looking now for a disinfectant that we can put in a spray bottle, because that's what we were going to do anyway, but that doesn't require gloves to be able to clean. In doing that, and in talking with our attorney on Friday, we would be able to have teachers go through and spray the flat surfaces that students are working on, and the students would be able to take a paper towel, wipe those down, and throw that away. Obviously, it expedites the process. Logistically, it's a far better way for us to attack the cleanliness that we need to make sure that we have. But we've got to make sure we find that cleaner that doesn't provide, or that where we don't have to provide gloves for all the students to do that cleaning. Wouldn't be feasible for us to provide a full set of gloves to every student in every class period to make sure that we got that cleaning done if the disinfectant required gloves to use. So that's what we're working on the backside of it to try to help kind of balance some of those things out. So those are some of the quick updates. We've got a couple of questions already in the Q&A, so I'm going to go ahead and start with those. And then again, we'll continue to answer the questions that you have in the Q&A. If we get through the questions in the Q&A, I'll jump back to the staff safety Q&A document that we have and hit some of those. But want to make sure that we're honoring your individual questions as much as possible and not giving blanket answers to questions that were asked in the Q&A part of it. So first question is just how will the number of students face-to-face be determined in each classroom? And that's a solid question because we're not going to be able to say, well, it's going to be a maximum of this or a minimum of this. It very much will be dependent on the 82% of kids that are in school. What courses do they require? And how do we build that schedule appropriately? In addition, how many of those students in that same cohort, let's say freshmen, have said that they need remote learning? And if they need remote learning, how do we build class sizes and rosters for that remote learning dependent on the number of teachers that we have that are in that space? So it's a tough question to answer. Obviously, we're going to do our best based, let's say there are X number of students that need in-person learning in algebra. We're going to do our best to level that number so that we have the fewest number of kids in there that we can possibly have. But that's also dependent on the number of kids that need remote instruction and how that remote instruction will play out and which teachers are able to do that remote instruction or not. So we're not going to have a great answer for that until probably right before school begins, but just understanding what the factors are that we're looking at as we're starting to determine what number of students are in each classroom, I think is an important thing to at least put out there and to make public. Scott and Roger, anything to add to that question that I didn't hit?
I don't think so, John. I think you did a good job.
Okay. Procedure if the student tests positive. This is also a very difficult question to give you a firm response on, and here's why. We will make sure that we follow the Kent County Health Department's recommendations and whether there's a student or a staff positive test inside of our building. What they're going to ask of us is to help with the contact tracing piece. And what they're going to look at is how many people were exposed for a minimum of 15 minutes and within 6 feet of that student. What they also will take into account are the protocols that we have in place. So the fact that we're asking students to wash in and wash out of every classroom, and we are in the process right now of adding the wall hand sanitizers to every classroom at the high school level, so that students can walk in, hand sanitize, and as they walk out, they can hand sanitize. Granted, hand sanitizer is not as effective as hand washing, but it does provide an avenue for our students to ensure that they've sanitized their hands. So we have students that are sanitizing their hands. We verified that we've washed in and out of every classroom. So what the health department then has to determine is what is the probability that the aerosols got through their mask and into another student's mask based on the proximity of those students. Could it mean that they have all of those students out? Maybe. Could it mean that they only have a couple out? Maybe. It will again be dependent on what their recommendations for us are. I've been a little surprised. We've had a few COVID positive tests for people that have worked over the summer. When we've called them and given them all of the criteria that we had, in all of those cases, they said that the exposure was at or less than being at a grocery store. And so they said the person who obviously is positive or potential positive, here's what they have to do. But for the rest of the group, they're able to be in school, they're able to be at work. They need to monitor obviously for symptoms, but the likelihood of them getting the virus was a no greater risk than someone who was at the grocery store, which I thought was interesting. But that's why we kind of work with them, because they're the experts on all the contact tracing, and they're the experts on how this spreads more efficiently, and they've got all the data to work from to determine how that plays itself out. So I don't have a definitive answer. Inside of their recommendations for a positive test, obviously there's the 10-day mandatory isolation. And then after that, it could be up to an additional 14 days for students to be out of school. We're getting additional guidance from them that is reducing that additional 14% or the 14-day number based on what, again, they're continuing to learn about the virus and how it spreads and what happens after you've gotten it and how long before you can feel comfortable and confident that you're there. But it'll require some negative tests. It'll require symptom-free, and we'll be leaning on them for guidance as we go. So, and that's a long answer, but there's just a lot to consider when you have a positive test. There's a lot to consider that we need the health department and their expertise to give us guidance as we kind of build that to go forward. So I'm just going to mark that as answered. Question about the kind of standard we're using to determine if we have to go totally remote. If we have a certain number of staff or students confirmed positive at 20 to 40%. Roger, I'm going to pass this one over to you because I know you've had conversations, not just with us, but with our local districts, not just Kent County, but our neighbors in Ottawa. And I think it's important that the staff kind of hear not just what we believe, but where we are across the county.
Sure. So first of all, looking at the question, I think obviously anytime we have a quarantine situation, we're going to be working with the health department. The health department will tell us probably more than we will tell anyone whether we're going remote or not in that situation, because they will have the data to utilize in that. So whether it's 20%, 40%, it's really gonna, you're gonna get to a situation there where if a large group of kids are impacted, they're going to tell us what we need to do. It's kind of like when you have, you have a serious percentage, flu outbreak, let's say. We were at one time last fall, we were hovering at the middle school as an example, right around 18, 19%. And so we're watching, they're watching, but they're the ones that will say, hey, you're at this percentage, you need to shut down. So that's what would happen there. What was the other part of the question? I'm sorry, John.
Just what kind of standard are we using to determine if we go totally remote? As an example, if we have a certain number of staff or students confirmed positive, and then is it 20%, is it 40%? So the question was based on what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Just if we have confirmed positives, what percentage of that, when does it push us to all remote?
Yeah, and that would be them determining that. It's usually in the 20s for flu. So whether this, because of the complexity of it would be different or not, I don't know. But the health department would be the one that would be, having us pull that trigger.
Awesome, thank you. So right now we don't have any open questions in our Q&A. So I'm going to jump to the staff Q&A just to provide some additional insight there. One of the questions that we've heard quite often is just about what about staff who have kids in the district if their district is fully remote and our district is not? Are they going to be allowed to work remotely so they can care for their children? So inside of all of the leave policies and protocols, there are provisions for parents who are essential employees in any place, not just in the school, but in any business, where if there's childcare for their children, if there's an issue there, their school's closed down, then they can be at home. The question that we will ask and we'll work with our staff on is, are they able to do that remotely? Can they do remote learning as a parent who's staying home with their kids who are all remote? And those are things that we're going to have to try to process and get through. We'll work with everybody, I guess, is probably the best answer that I can give in that instance. Did you get a question come up? If a family or student chooses remote learning, will it be a specific time frame, or will they be jumping back and forth between face-to-face? For folks that choose remote, it's far easier to start in face-to-face and go to remote than it is to start remote and go face-to-face. It's going to require some significant conversations between the family and the school if we have a student that's in remote and is looking to get back into face-to-face. Well, we're not going to close the door completely on that. It will require some significant conversation between the school, the district, and the family to better understand the reasoning behind it. We would have to understand the why. I think we've worked hard at understanding the why for folks throughout our district. And in this case, if they've chosen remote learning for a very specific reason, and then if their circumstances change or something happens within their family where they want to be able to move back, we would want to make sure that we have a conversation with them instead of simply just saying, yeah, no, we're not doing that. So in terms of extracurriculars, since we're talking on that remote side of it, and thanks for jumping that one in, because our remote side is mirroring our in-class instruction, we're allowing students that are on the remote side to continue to participate in extracurriculars. We're going to have the daily check-ins. We're going to be able to make sure that we manage and go through attendance. We're going to be able to manage and go through their grading. We're going to be able to manage their behavior inside the remote learning the remote learning platform. And so they'll be held accountable in the very same way as students that are in person to the attendance factors, to the grade factors, and to their behaviors to be able to participate in any extra or co-curricular activities that we're able to do. That's, I guess, the advantage in creating the remote side from ourselves and having it mirror the in-person is it allows us the flexibility to provide that as an opportunity for students that are choosing to be remote only. So I'm just going to click that I answered live on a couple here. Paper handouts. Can they be used or given out to students when we're in person? Yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't. One of the questions that we have asked is if there's a way to do that remotely, is it more sanitary and is it safer? Because you're not transferring papers back and forth. The paper isn't going home and sitting on a surface and coming back or doing those things. But there's an advantage to having paper and there's scientific evidence that if students are physically writing things down and working on paper and doing that work, that learning occurs. So we're not shutting that out. I know that there are districts across the state and across the country who have said, we're doing everything digitally. We're not collecting any work. We're not handing out any work on paper. We're not taking that stance because we, again, want to make sure we have the flexibility for our teachers to choose the most effective way for our kids to provide their evidence of learning. So if they can just as effectively or more effectively show evidence of learning through digital resources, heck yeah, let's do that. Particularly in areas when, if they're in a professional setting, that the digital place is where they're going to have to do a majority of their work. So one of the things that I shared in the other team or the other meetings, and I'll share it now in this one, is the difficulty for all of us is trying to re-envision the logistics of school. It's not the same. It's not going to be the same school that we were accustomed to. Certainly not the same school than when I came in 20 years ago. And so re-envisioning the logistics of that and trying to figure out how do you best meet the needs of all of our students while also supporting our staff in the work that they're doing. That's the part that is the pickle right now. That's the struggle. And so when you talk about, well, can we still hand out paper copies? Yeah, you can still hand out paper copies if that's the most effective way for students to show their learning to you. But if there's an equally effective way to do it digitally, knowing that much of the work that we do now outside of the classroom is done digitally is an important way to go about that. So I think it's just making sure that we look at all parts of that and make good decisions about how we're doing the work so that we're best mirroring what it's going to look like for them when they get into the professional world. And if that's digital, then I think we really ought to look at more closely doing it in a digital way. So what do we envision online learning to look like? I'm going to push this one to Scott. Will we be provided with prep extra time during the day for providing online work?
Thank you. And thank you for all the questions. Thank you all for being here. So online learning, we envision to look a couple of possible ways. As John led with, we're sitting at about 83% in person versus 17% remote, and that's broken. That's pretty representative across grade levels as I look at it right now. Somebody asked me earlier too, what percentage of people have responded, and we're only at about a fifth right now, at about 20%, which is decent. We just released that over the weekend. But so remote learning, we expect it to look like if we have numbers to assign sufficient classes by grade level or otherwise, knowing that it's not everything by grade level at the high school, but then we will have a class of remote learners with somebody assigned to teach that class. If there are fewer and we have just a couple of remote learners that might need a class, then they might be assigned to a regular class and would join that class just as we're joining this right now. We envision remote learning to follow a schedule, just like our normal bell schedule. And Adam and his team have worked up a kind of a sample diagram of what that might look like. And every hour, kids would check in. We have that live component with teachers where kids are checking in. There's an intro to the class period. That's when any direct instruction might happen. You know, we're looking at 15, 20 minutes direct instruction, and then any independent work would follow that, where the teacher would keep that Google Meet open maybe and have the opportunity for students to pop back on and answer questions. Now we know, and I know that's an overly simplistic view of how this might work. But yes, students can do group work. We're waiting for the new Google Meet update to open where they will have breakout rooms. If you're teaching an all remote class, you can set up breakout rooms and assign kids to breakout rooms where they can do group work. You can set up time even in that independent work to meet with kids individually and have them pop on and do some check-ins with how things are going with them. We will address if we have scenarios where students are joining a live class. We will address any issues of any privacy concerns if there are kids who have non-published forms turned in. A lot of that screen time will be on the teacher, but you can still group kids in for that discussion. So that's a general overview of how the remote learning will look. The bottom line is we want it to look a lot like it would in person, but kids would just be connected in that different way.
So I don't have any open questions. I don't recall whether I talked about our masks in this meeting. Sorry, it's meeting number 4, and they kind of blended together. Roger, do you recall me talking about our mask and our discipline process for that one in this meeting? Okay, so part of our Michigan plan that we have to send off to the state, when we talk about in additions to from a mask standpoint, we're going to treat those similarly to how we work through a process in terms of dress code violations. So as an example, a student comes in without a mask, refuses to wear, and didn't remember to bring one for whatever reason. We provide them with one and we send them on their way. The next day they do the same thing. Well, now we need to have a conversation with the family. Hey, Johnny didn't bring a mask yesterday. We gave him one. He didn't bring one today. Do you need those? What's going on? How can we help facilitate that for you? We work through a solid plan that way. Now, if you have somebody who just flat refuses, not wearing a mask, don't have a medical documentation, not doing it. All right, well, here's a mask that you can wear. If you refuse to use that, you're going to have to go home for the day. Obviously, you have to have a conversation with the family. Happens a second time. Sorry, man, you got to wear a mask. Here's one for you. If you can't wear it, you're going to have to go home. They go home for the day. We get to that third time where students continually refusing to wear a mask. We've had conversations with parents. We're going to tell them after the second one, look, if your son or daughter refuses to wear a mask, we're going to have to assign them to remote learning. And we'll do that. It will require conversation with administration. It'll require a conversation between parents and our office, but we're willing to do and are going to do that step for those that just flat refuse to wear them and don't have the medical documentation to support that they cannot. Our goal in all of this has been to do our very best to follow the procedures and protocols that are in the roadmap for schools, which was put together in conjunction with myself, Heather Oskowski, Arlen Cribley, and several of our teachers in the GEA, and to provide as much safety in PPE as we can. Much of what we have in there is all of this. What we have in there is all the required and strongly recommended. We also have, in addition to, so the washing in and washing out of classrooms is not part of the Michigan roadmap, but it's something that we felt was very, very, very important. Creating a discipline model for students that don't wear a mask is not part of the Michigan roadmap, but we felt was very, very important. Looking at the difference between, are you medically able to wear a face covering versus a face shield, is not part of the Michigan roadmap, but it's something we felt very strongly about and wanted to ensure was in our waiver. So not only did we do the required and the strongly recommended, we've also worked hard at doing additional pieces to ensure safety to the best of our ability while following that roadmap. So thank you for helping me remember that on that side of things, we didn't address that. So I've heard rumors of chiropractors writing notes to excuse masks. Will Granville require a note from someone with an MD? We're going to require a note from a physician's office. So it might be a PA, because I know they're going to be getting lots of those requests, but we have the right and the ability to question the validity of a doctor's note based on the criteria that are there. So we will certainly do that. If we get something that we don't think is adequate or appropriate, we're certainly going to ask for clarification from their medical doctor. Roger?
Yeah, just to chime in, John, if you think about it, if somebody is trying to get a medical excuse for a medical reason to not wear a mask, aren't they medically fragile? And if they're medically fragile, we probably want to encourage them to be in the remote room, right? So that's another stance we'll take, is say, hey, you know, this doesn't follow the process we had. Or if, you know, let's say they're, you know, podiatrist writes them a medical note for a mask, not wearing a mask, you know, we're going to question that. But we'll also bring up the fact that, look, it sounds like your son or daughter is medically fragile. We believe this would be the best situation for them at this time, because we cannot guarantee 6 feet of spacing at all times. And if you are so concerned about them wearing the mask, we can mirror the education we're providing in that remote world. So that's another slant we will provide should we have people trying to beat the system.
As a follow-up to that, kind of on the mask side of things, just a question about if a student wears a mask but not over their nose, is there a protocol for wearing it properly? Yeah, if they were in my class, I'd be like, hey, Scott, cover it up, buddy, pull it up. We were, when my family went out to Yellowstone, and we walked into a store, and my son had it just over his mouth, and they walked up and they said, cover your nose or leave. And he was like, oh, sorry. And he covered his nose, and it was all good. So yeah, those are things that we would address individually and continue to address with kids. Is it going to be perfect? Nope. We've had a hat policy at the high school for a really long time, and we tell kids that they've got to take their hats off, and they turn the corner and they put it back on. We know that they do that. Even in the graduation ceremony, I walked past kids and said, hey, you need to put your mask on, you need to separate. Okay, no problem. And they did. And then I got 3 rows of cars away, and they were unmasked, and they were congregated back together. The difference is, for in school, and that's happening, we can have follow-up conversations about needing to be in the remote setting. When we can hold students a little bit more accountable to it in this regard. So we want to make sure that we're communicating how to wear a mask appropriately, that we're reinforcing how to wear a mask appropriately, but that we're doing it with a level of dignity for students that's just like, hey man, pull it up, come on, you know, we got to do it. Similarly, at the graduation ceremony, if we walked up to people and said, hey, we need you to move, we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that we keep this within the protocols, can you please put your mask on and head to your car? They were like, yep, no problem, no problem. So I think if we're consistent as a group, and we work hard at making sure that we're continually telling people that they need to do that, it'll get better and better as time goes on. I have read that offices will have plexiglass shields. Will that be in all offices, examples, counseling, social work, et cetera? So right now, we have them in all of the main offices. We've purchased some additional ones for our staff members who have to work in smaller office spaces and in close proximity with students where they would need their faces to be seen by other students. And if that's something that you need from an office standpoint, we want to make sure that you're talking to your administrative team about that so that we can work through that. We're continually looking at and reordering different shields and plexiglass shields. I think we're up to 75 or 80 for the district now, depending on where they are in parts of the buildings. But if that's something that we need to do because you're in a very confined office space and you're working through that with someone, we're definitely open to the conversation. So question about if a teacher tests positive and is out for 14 days, a sub will be needed. Subs will be even harder to find than normal. How are we going to handle that? I know this is a what if question, and it's a fair question. In our conversations with EduStaff, 80% of their employees have committed to coming back, and they're continuing to work on the other ones. You likely saw the posting that I put out just the other day that we're hiring at least one district building sub for each building to make sure that we have things in place from an emergency standpoint. The different question is if a teacher is out for 14 days, but they're able to work remotely, so they're able to do telework, is there a way that they could come in and Zoom in or Google Meet in, remote into their classroom, and we have somebody in there that is supporting the behavioral pieces inside that classroom? There are lots of options that are available to us, but it becomes very individual, because if somebody has to be out for 14 days and they're medically unable to even telework or remote work, that's very different than someone who is quarantined for 14 days because there's somebody that's in their family that is COVID positive or symptomatic, and we're waiting the 14 days to see if that if the employee is going to get the virus. So we have to look at that very individually. We have to look at the individual class that the teacher is teaching. Is it even plausible for them to do remote learning into their classroom? How do we manage that efficiently? We're gonna have to do that individually. We're comfortable in thinking that so we may have more sub availability even with the 80%, because we know that many of our neighbors are also working down the path of not providing a significant amount of professional development during the day, which means that they're not going to need as many subs during the day, which means that the pool of subs should be more available to us. The other part that leans in our favor is that with unemployment being so high, we should be able to potentially bring in more people into that sub pool. Last year, there was a Friday where across the county, there were, I think, 55 openings that were not filled countywide, and there were 350 subs that just elected not to work that day. So it wasn't a lack of subs, it was a lack of subs willing to come in and work. And our hope is that based on the way things are economically, that not only will we need fewer subs in different places, but there'll be more available. Is it going to require us to kind of learn on the fly? Yep. Hey, I lived at the high school. I remember going through all the processes of trying to find subs at 8:15 in the morning. I know where you're coming from, but I also feel that having that building district sub available, and if there are other buildings that don't need a sub, that we can get somebody in there in an emergency, I'm feeling more comfortable and confident that we're going to be able to get to that point. So, lunch in the classroom. The high school administrative team is currently working very, very hard to work that students will eat lunch outside of their classroom. We're offering box lunches for people this year. So it's not going to be the same lunch format that we've had in the past, but in doing box lunches, we can assure a greater level of or a lower level of exposure for students and staff in and around that cafeteria space. I know they're looking at all the available spaces inside their building. I know they're looking at the gymnasiums as an option. I know they're looking at the auditorium lobby, obviously the cafeteria. and how do they adequately fit students with 6 feet of distancing into those spaces, and how many students would that be? So I would encourage you to talk to Adam about that plan, but I know that they've worked really hard at the distancing part of it. They've looked really hard at looking at the distancing inside of classrooms. They're building a very good plan to ensure that students have an opportunity for their lunch, and to ensure that our staff have their duty-free lunch at the same time as well. So really excited and proud of the work that they've done there so far. Any thought of allowing juniors with a license to go for lunch? I can tell you that we have talked about that. Again, that's something to talk with Adam and his team about. If we can get all of our sophomores, juniors, and freshmen in our building to eat, we're going to do that. It's safer. It takes fewer kids trying to speed out of the parking lot out to a place to eat and speed back into the parking lot in 30 minutes. There's a definite nervousness on our part that if we drop another 500, 450 kids in an hour and a half time frame into their cars and out to find food, that they won't get back in a half an hour because the drive-through lines will be longer. They won't have enough, they won't be able to get there adequately, and they'll be driving recklessly to try to get back in time. So we want to make sure that safety, obviously, again, is our top priority. And our plan right now is to ensure that we get all of those students eating in school from grades 9 through 11. So it's currently all the questions that are in there. Let me look through and see. Did that piece. I'm just looking through the staff safety Q&A to see if there are any questions that potentially we didn't hit yet. If you had a chance to look at the Kent County Health Department recommendations that I had linked into our Granville, Michigan map, Michigan road map, back to school, you might have noticed that in that document, under their Q&As, they would suggest that so it kind of goes back to a previous conversation, if a family member tests positive and they're isolated for 10 days, then the student is out for those 10 days, but then they initially are proposing that they're out for an additional 14 days. So it'd be 24 days total for a student. What I understand from that in my conversations is that we're going to get some further guidance. There are some other health departments outside of Kent County that have offered some additional guidance in that. But again, they're going to try to look at that on a case-by-case basis. Similar to the document that we shared, the health department has to share a document that they can stand behind and gives a minimum requirement of, here are the things that we know we're going to do, but then within that, based on individual scenarios and situations, there's adjustability. So I know that they're looking at trying to give some additional clarity on all of those things, but they're having a hard time finding clarity on every situation, because if they give it in this situation, it might impact something on the other side of it. So that's why they're looking very individually at some things. So there's been a couple of questions related to that 24 days, and I just want to make sure we take care of that. So yeah, great statement. If students are going out to lunch, we're obviously not able to keep track of their social distancing or contact tracing, or who they're around during that time. So it seems to complicate the issue. That's a great statement. It's true. We know that we can't have, excuse me, we know that from a capacity standpoint, allowing seniors to sit in our cafeteria overextends our ability to be able to serve them appropriately. So again, one of the things that we considered when we talked about the juniors piece. Open house. That's also a really very, very good question. I know that at our elementary levels, we're already looking at how do we do an open house in a very different way? How do we provide parents with the information that they require to understand what their student's day is going to look like, but doing it in a very different way? And so that's, again, I know that the middle school right today is looking at how do they do 7th grade orientation and what do they do with an open house. I know our elementary principals have met today at 11:30. They too are wondering, how do we do a kindergarten open house? I mean, how does a kindergartner come to school without first meeting their teacher? And they're trying to ask and answer all those questions. Laura, for that question, I would say work really hard with Adam to just kind of work through what you might do from an open house standpoint. It'll allow him to kind of share with you what the thinking is currently and just kind of build out build out from there. So thank you for that question. All right, so that's all the ones that we have open. We've got about 18 minutes left, so that's not me telling you that we're going to shut it down. That's me telling you we're going to hang out here for about 18 more minutes if you need us to. I'm just going to continue looking through the staff Q&A to see if there's anything there. That,
Yeah, and any questions that either we have deferred back to the building or that you have follow-up questions for. Adam asked that we remind folks on the call today that there is a high school staff meeting scheduled for Thursday. A lot of these topics that we've said are being planned at the building level, I believe are on the agenda for that meeting. So it will be important too that that you attend that meeting if possible, because some of these things that we don't have the granular specifics for, they're already working on and are planning on talking about at that meeting. So
great, thank you. Good question from John Schwalm. Just, can we have in-person training for Power School using social distancing as an opportunity? Obviously, those are things that we're continuing to work on. We've worked with both Jason and Chris, Walter Keener, to say, hey, here's some opportunities for us to do this in a very remote and social distancing way. However, if we know that we have staff that need this as a more one-to-one or more of an in-person type of a training, how do we build that in? And so certainly something that we're going to look very closely at. That 6 hours of PD for August 20, there's obviously going to have to be some time embedded in that day for us to talk about Power School and to talk about some of those tech-related pieces to ensure that our teachers are ready to go. And so the answer to that, in short, John, is yeah, we can do that. I'm not 100% certain how we're going to apply or address that, but that's something that we're gonna work through. So, Scott, question about phys ed. Do you want to take that part real quick, and then if I need to, I can jump in on the
phys ed as a department have already started working on their guidance and guidelines around that too. What that looks like, gym use, locker rooms, and fitness center. One of the great questions was, currently fitness centers off limits, but technically a fitness center is a classroom for us. So how does that, if those aren't open and available, how does that fit? All working through as a department to get answers for that. So regarding drinking fountains, I don't know that answer.
I think what we're going to end up doing in most places is closing off the public drinking fountains. If we have the fountain or the water cooler designed for, say, filling up water bottles and have kids with their individual, we could do that. And that's probably going to be the primary way that kids have water throughout the day. I know especially in elementary levels and middle school levels, they're using those. That's what people are planning. So I would imagine high school probably isn't any different.
Yep, and that's something that Arlen, Heather, and I have talked about as well, just covering up the drinking fountain part of it with a plastic bag of some sort, but leaving the water bottle filling stations open. And Eric, to touch base on the locker room space part of it, obviously we would expect that if students are in the locker room that they're still wearing their mask. I think the social distancing piece is still there as a part of that, and I think it's going to have to be coached and taught by our teachers. But I have a high level of faith that if we're very clear and specific about the things that we expect for our kids and we reinforce those on a regular basis, that they're going to adapt. Parents and students alike want to be back in school, and I've heard a number of them say, look, I'll do whatever it takes to be back in school. I need to be back in person and doing the learning with a live person in front of me. And it just speaks volumes to the interactions and the relationships that our adults already have with our kids, who just have a strong desire to be back in doing the work. And if that means that they have to do something a little bit differently, I don't think there are too many of them that are believing that they're just going to walk back in and it's going to be school as it was before. So I'm confident that if we're teaching and reinforcing things that we know are important from a safety standpoint, that our kids they're gonna adapt and they're gonna do well with it. So, Scott, one thing that we didn't talk about that we did in our previous ones was like books. So talk a little bit about potentially, I know we have a lot of teachers that have a classroom library, and there's been some questions about how do you do the transfer of books. The high school library as an example, what are some things that we've already been talking about related to that part of it?
Yeah, thank you. And similar to the worksheet discussion, right? I mean, the reality is we need books. We have classroom libraries. We have kids who check books out of the libraries. I know it's probably less than it was 7 or 8 years ago, but we want to make sure that we still have books in kids' hands. So we will come up with or share and or approve a protocol for books to be shared out of the classroom. If you're talking about fiction, nonfiction texts out of classroom libraries, we'll have an in and out system that will allow those books to get cleaned and then back out into circulation. Same thing with the library. And what we'd like to do, we've expanded our coordination with the Kent District Library and the Granville branch. They were going to the middle school once a month to check out books. I don't necessarily know if we'll start that again, but we'll work something out where we can still get kids books in similar fashion to worksheets. I mean, we're not saying that kids can't use stuff anymore, learning materials. If it's shared material like a book that's coming in and out, then we just need to have a cleaning protocol to go along with that.
Yep, thanks. KCTC, that's obviously something that's very specific to the high school, and Angie, thank you for bringing that up in the background chat for us. KCTC has its own safety protocols and procedures, and they've communicated to us that they anticipate having students in their building on that first day of school. When they're ready to go. They're building the same safety plans, protocols, and procedures that every other building is creating. They feel comfortable again and confident that they've met all the criteria of the Michigan roadmap, and how they are going to do all of the cleaning and all of that stuff for shared things, I don't know, but that's all a part of their plan. So I think that's going to be really important. For seminar, I will assume that Adam has that on his list of things for the Thursday staff meeting. If there's going to be some sort of a change to that or anything different, I will also assume that if he didn't have it as a part of his staff meeting for Thursday, that he will now. Because I wish I could answer that for you, but that really is a building specific answer that I think he's going to have to work through. Like I said, they've done a great job already of looking at classrooms and looking at the desks and the tables and all of those things and figuring out a way to adequately social distance in every case. And so I know he's had conversations with us about seminar and just said, hey, we're working on that. We'll make sure it's there. He'll be able to cover that for you, I would think, on Thursday. So we've got about 10 more minutes. I don't, again, want to shut it down and presume that there are no more questions. In terms of kind of the big ideas that we've shared in the other groups, as well as some of the things that have been questions, and I'm just again kind of looking through the staff safety Q&A that we have, the document that we have. There's not much else inside of these documents that we haven't shared with you yet, but I don't want to close it down if you still have some specific questions. So what I'm going to do is I'll start kind of wrapping up our conversation, but if you have additional questions, we'll jump in. Here's one that's real quick. Let's see. I hope this isn't necessary, but is there going to be a clear protocol shared with staff that may need to report a safety protocol disregarded by a fellow staff member? I know many people will take this very seriously, but others don't see it that way. Will this be a discipline issue? So we have board policy that is very specific. That states that if you see something that another staff member is doing that's a violation of board policy, that you need to talk about it. You need to let somebody know. And there are protections for you inside of that. So there's the policy that says you need to let us know. And then there's also a policy that protects you from any reprisal that might happen. What everyone needs to hear is that the plan that we submit is a commitment that we're making to the state, to the county, and to our parents and to our staff, that we're going to adhere to the protocols that are in place in order for us to be in school. And if we have staff members who are not adhering to those and purposefully disregarding things that they should not be disregarding, we definitely need to know about that. Will there be discipline? I'll tell you that depends. It depends on the severity. It depends on the reaction. It depends on a multitude of things. But can there be discipline? Yes. And we want to make sure, again, we're making a commitment to several people, thousands of people. We're making a commitment to the state, making a commitment to the government that we're going to do those pieces. And we want to make sure that we hit there. Thank you for that question. Oh my gosh. That's one that I talked about in every one of the other questions, and then the other ones, and I didn't hit it here. Darn it. And thank you. Have you addressed the filtration systems in the building yet? It was on the staff Q&A. I'm not sure if it was answered yet. Upgrading filters, question mark. I haven't answered it on the staff Q&A, but yes. Our PPE team within our first or second meeting addressed the need for increased air filtration. And so Arlen Cribley immediately went out, found the increased filtration, the increased filters, and they're already installed. In addition, we're going to be pulling additional outside air into the building to increase that ventilation and airflow. When we get to the winter time, we're going to pull in as much air as we can, provided that we can keep the buildings comfortably warm. Like, we're not going to have you teach in an igloo to pull in additional air, but we're increasing it to the maximum amount that we can, because then it pushes more air through those filters, which gives us more cleaner air. So thank you for that question. I need to put a little note for myself on my paper to make sure that I hit that for the last group, but that is something that we have definitely done. And thank you for noticing it in the staff Q&A and recognizing that I have not yet had a chance to answer that question. So Scott and I are going to continue working through the questions that we have in that Q&A. Like I said, there were about 90 that were there. We still haven't had an opportunity to get to all of them, but we're going to keep plugging away at those over the next 48 hours to ensure that. Plexiglass in office spaces and smaller rooms isn't an option for that in the classrooms. Can we build our own? The plexiglass dividers, if you're both in masks, I'm not 100% sure how much the plexiglass dividers are going to provide protection, and here's why. It's going to block projectiles, but it's not going to block aerosols that are floating through the air. And so if everyone's wearing their mask, I'm not sure how much the plexiglass dividers are going to impact that. In terms of our cost, we looked at it for all classrooms, and it was about $500,000. We're continuing to look at options for how we can do that in very specific places based on the tables that we have. But the reality is, with a projected $350 cut per pupil, we're not confident that we're going to be able to functionally afford that and keep our most valuable assets, our people, employed. So if you're thinking that you want to build your own, I would encourage you to get those specs to your building leader. Let him share those with us. Let us have a conversation in and around what that might look like, and then we'll bounce it out from there. But from a district standpoint, right now we're continuing to look and see if we can find affordable ways to do that in separate areas. But I'm not certain that we're going to be able to make it affordable while we keep all of our most valuable asset, our people, employed. So we got about 5 minutes left. I just want to tell you all how much I appreciate you being on the call. We work hard on our end to try to reimagine and kind of build these things out, but it's the questions that you ask, and then we can answer to you that hopefully help bring a greater level of clarity to what our plans are and why we're doing the things that we are doing. Over the course of today, including the 61 folks that we have on here, we have had a chance to work through and answer questions in a variety of different ways for about 260, and by the time we're done with our next meeting, probably 300 of our staff members. And I just think that's awesome. The work that you've done all summer to prepare for remote learning, the work that you're doing right now to continue to prepare for the return to school, the time that you're spending here to ask questions, to seek clarity, the ways that you're reading through the documents that we're sharing. Obviously, you're looking at the staff safety Q&A. I just can't thank you enough for doing that part of it. So I'll quickly answer the question that popped up related to providing hand sanitizer, masks, wipes. Yes, we're providing masks, hand sanitizer stations. I think I said earlier that we're getting those mounted in every classroom. Sanitary wipes are very difficult to come by, and we can't commit to getting those because we can't find enough to make sure that everybody has an adequate amount, which is why we're doing the spray bottles for the table cleaning. So yes to hand sanitizer, yes to masks. Probably not for sanitary wipes, but yes for the spray bottles that'll get that cleaned. So Roger, anything to wrap up our meeting?
You bet. So just reiterating what John said, I'd like to thank you for your time, for being on here. I'd like to thank John for facilitating the conversation, and Scott, Angie, and Heather for being on call and chiming in when needed as well. Obviously, and you've heard this word so much, you're probably sick of it like I am. This is an unprecedented time. We've never faced this, and all of our jobs change. No fault of our own, but they're all different. And I know sometimes, when you go through a major change like this, we all have different grieving stages, and all of you are probably at different stages right now, as I am. But I had somebody recently ask me, well, what do you believe about this? And I said, it doesn't matter what I believe about this. They were referring to the political sense of the whole situation we're in. And it really isn't, in my mind. It doesn't matter what I believe about that. I've been called a lot of things. I've probably been called a Democrat by Republicans and a Republican by Democrats, and that's okay. What I believe in is you. I believe in the stage we're currently in, focusing on that in the in-person and remote world. I believe in our parents and the power of choice if we're in a situation where they have a choice. But like I said, primarily I believe in you, and I believe in our ability together to go through this on a ship that's jumping all over the water and figure things out. No, we won't have all the answers. Yes, we will make mistakes. Yes, we will learn, and we'll get better and better at everything as we go on. But we will focus on that back to school roadmap. We'll focus on things that we hear from our staff, from our parents, and so on, and try to make the best decisions possible for kids. So thank you so much for being a part of this, and for all the work you've done and all the work you're about to do as we move forward and try to figure out the world of school.
All right, for our group, just as a reminder, we're going to just leave this open for our 2:15 meeting. So go ahead and mute and turn off your video, and I'll see you in about 15. Hi guys, it's about 2:12. We got about 3 minutes before we start. If you have specific questions, this meeting is designed for you to ask questions and for us to provide answers for those. So if you look at the bottom of your Zoom call, you'll see the Q&A. You can start populating some questions into that. We're going to let your questions guide the vast majority of our conversation. So we'll start right away at 2:15. Alrighty, it's 2:15, and thank goodness we've already got some questions populating in, so I appreciate that 100%. Go ahead and keep pushing those in there. As I shared a couple of minutes ago when I said, hey, we'll start in a couple of minutes, your questions are going to drive the vast majority of this conversation. Excuse me. I have some information I'm going to share on the front end of it. We have our staff safety Q&A that we're kind of working through, and I can use that as we begin to work through our processes, but we want to be able to answer to the best of our ability any and all of the questions that you may have related to your specific area. We felt that it was really important that we provide some time very specifically for our special education staff to ask some questions that they may have. Obviously, Angie has been meeting with you every other week throughout the course of the summer to kind of work through some things. She's got a great Q&A document that you guys have been working on and she's been providing input together with, but certainly doesn't give all the answers to any questions that we may have. So as you have your questions, go ahead and populate those into the Q&A. Over time, while the meeting is going on, Scott and Roger, potentially Angie, may be working in the background answering some of those questions so that we're typing them in so that you can see that answer. In other cases, we're going to answer them live for you. So just want to give you a quick rundown of our data. As you recall, the last time we met, we had about 70% of our parents who were electing for in-person instruction. We had about 10% that were electing for remote instruction. And then there were 20% that were just unsure. They were still undecided about what they were going to do. So Friday of last week, Roger sent his note home and asked parents to reconfirm or to change or to determine in a much more concrete way what their wishes were. And so we've continued to gather that data, but as of 8:30 this morning, about 82% of our families were electing for in-person instruction. Just under 18%, so in the 17 percentile range, our parents were saying that they wanted remote learning, and then there was about 1%, just a little less, who said that they were not going to return. What we don't know, because we haven't disaggregated that data yet, because we don't have it all in, is are those kindergartners who have said, I'll hold off a year and not get started right away? Are they seniors who have said, hey, I can get this in an online format somewhere else and be done a lot more quickly? those are things that we're going to determine and dig in on our side and make sure that we understand the why behind the 1% who said that they were going to go. But with 82% of our parents saying that they are electing for in-person instruction, we are continuing forward with our plan to have that 82% in class every day, and the 17 to 18% of the remote learners remote and working every day. And so I want to start with that just so that you have an understanding of the percentages and how those all work together in terms of our plan in moving forward. A couple of updates since our last meeting, just to provide you with some additional insight and guidance. In terms of the mask waiver, we have now gotten some clarity from our legal team related to the waiver that we have. And inside of our waiver, we have the parents are going to obviously tell us what the medical condition is for the student. And then they're also going to have to get medical documentation from a doctor that highlights whether they are or are not able to wear a face covering. We're asking the doctor to tell us whether that's a cloth face covering, a face shield, or both. So as an example, if I have a student in my classroom who is asthmatic and can't wear a cloth face covering, can they wear a face shield? If they are able, then we would expect them to wear a face shield, and we can hold that line with them. In addition to that, in our lengthy plan that we have to submit to the state, there's also a discipline procedure that goes inside of that. So think of it like a dress code. So the first time that happens, a student shows up to school, they don't have a mask, and you say, hey, where's your mask? Oh my gosh, I forgot it. You give them one. To me, that's not a dress code violation. That's a kid being a kid. Unless it happens 2, 3, 4, 5 times, then it requires a conversation with parents. What this covers is the family or the student that just flat refuses to wear a mask and doesn't have medical documentation that says that they're not able. If that's true, you provide a mask for the student, and if they choose not to wear it, then they can't stay. They have to go home. You have a conversation with parents. If it happens a second time, you follow that same protocol, but help the parents understand that if your child continues to refuse to wear a mask, we're going to have to place them in a remote setting. And we will do that if necessary. That will require conversation with the parent, with the principal or the building leader, and central office. So if we go down that path, and we have to go down that path and place somebody in remote learning, understand it's a process. So we're going to continue to work with the student. We're going to work with the staff. We're going to make sure that that's there. But we've put that in place to ensure safety for all. Recognize that at the K-5 level, the roadmap doesn't require students to wear masks, and we are, because we know we can't guarantee that 6 feet of social distancing. And the roadmap identifies, in fact, that it's next to impossible for schools to guarantee that. So that's why we have that mask piece in place. In addition, we're also going to be asking parents to complete a screener before students come to school. That screener is going to be provided by the Kent County Health Department, and they're in the final stages of developing. That provides us with great information for the district, and it also aggregates data for the entire county. So we'll be able to compare our data to the county will be able to compare all aggregate data, be able to compare their aggregate data with Granville, and give us a better idea of how to mitigate some of the things that may or may not be happening over the course of time. If we have students that didn't complete the screener, and we'll be able to pull that report at the beginning of every day and compare it to attendance. If we have that, then we're going to start having conversations with parents about the screener and remind them about the importance of having that screener completed. Certainly for some students at the upper levels, they're going to be able to walk through with their phone and show that it's completed, but at the lower levels, that may not be the case. So it's another layer of assurity that we're continuing to seek input from our parents and our students about their safety. And so that screening place will be in place as well. We're currently working on the logistics of cleaning classrooms in between classes. We're working with Arlen right now to try to find a cleaning solution that doesn't require gloves. If we can find a cleaning solution that doesn't require gloves, every teacher is going to already have a spray bottle, because it's easier for us to refill a spray bottle than it is for us to find Lysol wipes for the entire district. So they'll spray down the surface. If we find one that doesn't require gloves, we can ask students to wipe that down, throw their paper towel away as they switch classes. If not, then obviously that becomes, falls on the part of our staff to make sure that we get that cleaned. But we're working on that on your behalf. And then finally, I know that we've talked about this in previous meetings, but it was a question that was asked, I think, 4 different occasions in our staff safety Q&A, and I just want to make sure that I address it on the front end, was the filtration systems in our buildings. Our PPE team, the first 1 or 2 meetings, identified the need for increased safety from a filter standpoint. Those have already been purchased. They've already been installed. And in addition to that, we're going to be pulling in additional air from the outside to increase our airflow. And we'll continue to do that even through the winter, but we won't create an igloo inside the classroom so that we can continue to pull in airflow. So we're going to maximize the amount of airflow that we can pull in while keeping things comfortable for students. And those new air filtration systems are in place to make sure that we have increased safety. So that's kind of where that all bounces out. And it leads into that kind of that first question that I have on the list. Just will we be able to get spray sanitizer for quick sanitization of equipment? Will we have time built into our schedule to sanitize? So the answer to the first question, I know I just answered, was yes. We have time built into your schedule to sanitize. That's an area that we're going to have to work very closely with building leaders from a scheduling standpoint to determine how much time is that. So as an example, if I am a specials teacher at the elementary level and I have enough equipment to split up over 3 classes, I may not need to be able to sanitize between each of those 3 classes, but between class 3 and 4, I may need some additional time to get my equipment cleaned. It's going to require some additional conversation to work through that clean and sanitization piece. I can't give you a blanket answer for the amount of time that you would need for that. And I would encourage you to just continue to work with your building leader on top of that. So got a couple questions I think that Angie might be able to grab hold of. So Angie, I know you're working on one that says you're going to answer it live. Just some of the parent concerns that are listed in the question. So the concern for safety in students in self-contained rooms, concern for screening students if the students aren't able to verbalize symptoms. Just can you talk through some of that a little bit?
Yeah, and I was just reading the one about parents being concerned if their student is not able to verbalize symptoms. You know, I think our struggle is no different than the parents' struggle on that. You know, if a student can't verbalize how they're feeling or be able to answer a question, it definitely makes it a little more difficult for us. But we do have the ability to do a temperature check. We've all been around students long enough to know when a student looks like they're not feeling well. If we suspect that student isn't feeling well, fever or no fever, I think we'll do the same thing as we do with all students. We consult with our nurses. You know, we give the parent a call and ask the parent if they've noticed anything at home. You know, has the appetite changed? Generally, when kids aren't feeling well, no matter what the cause, you know, their appetite changes. They are sleepy, they're lethargic, they don't look like they feel well. If in doubt, I think we're going to call that parent, and in the times that we're living in, probably ask that child be picked up and be taken home. And we'll monitor them for, you know, fever and other symptoms then over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. As far as parents being nervous about other students and being exposed to other students, I think that is going to happen for all of us across the board. We may have students and staff who have a medical exemption for not wearing a mask. They may wear a face shield. Maybe we work on other solutions for them to have their faces covered. But we won't be able to assure anyone 100% of their child not being exposed. We're doing the best we can, following all of the mandated protocols, even following a great majority of the recommended protocols, doing our very best to keep those kids safe. And we just keep assuring parents that we're working diligently and putting everything in place that we possibly can to keep their kids safe. I've typed answers to several questions. John, there were a lot of questions about student movement, out of self-contained classrooms and into resource room classrooms, into speech and language therapy, into inclusion opportunities. And rather than type separate answers for all of those, I wonder if we could just tag team and answer that as a whole, like how we're treating movement within the building and allowing students to go about learning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's important to note is one of the things that we put in place for our plan that was not included in the Michigan roadmap was the need for students to wash in and wash out of every classroom. So whether that's hand sanitizer, whether that's washing hands with soap and water, which is more effective than hand sanitizer, but we're asking students to wash in and wash out of every classroom. In addition, then, if a student is in a classroom and then goes out of that classroom and into another space, then we have to wash that student's space. So as an example, if a student who is in a self-contained classroom goes into a gen ed classroom and they're in there for their inclusion time, when they go into the classroom, they're going to hand sanitize their way in. They'll be at their location doing their work. And then when they leave, we'll have to sanitize that space where they were working to ensure that there's nothing that's left there, obviously, from a viral standpoint. And then they're going to hand sanitize on their way out, and then they're going to hand sanitize on their way back into their next classroom. So anything that they may have picked up on their person over the course of the walk between point A to point B is taken care of. Recognizing that we have the screener in place that parents are going to be answering. We have caring adults who are going to be looking at students and looking at their symptoms and trying to work through, do they have a symptom? Do they not have a symptom? Do we need to temperature check them? What are the things that we see? Seeking advice from their parents, from our nurses, gathering all of that information as we continue on, creates a significant layer of safety that's in and around that work. And it's the best layer of safety that we can provide given the circumstances for being in school that we have. So when students are moving from point A to point B, if they're medically unable to wear a mask, obviously they're not going to be wearing one. But if they are medically able to wear a mask, then there's a higher level there. For the students that are in the classroom, remember, only students that are medically unable, K-12, will not be wearing a mask. So other students in that classroom will be wearing a mask. The teachers in those classrooms will be wearing a mask. So what we've learned about this virus is that it is predominantly spread through aerosols. So if it's predominantly spread through aerosols and we've got the masks in place for the vast majority of our students and we're cleaning in and out of those spaces, we're giving the best safety protocols that we can provide and then some according to the Michigan roadmap. So does that adequately answer it, Angie, or did I miss parts of it, or Roger, or whomever?
No, I think you mentioned it pretty well, John. I'd like to mention something else. I would say, dealing with younger kids, with students with disabilities, if you're a service provider, as an example, now's the time to really think out of the box that you've been in, the traditional box you've been in. For example, if you service kids and you typically pull them out for those services, there may be some out of the box things that make more sense. As an example, don't just think during the traditional school day. Maybe there's something you come up with. And again, these are out of the box. I'm not saying we have to do them or should do them. But, if you're giving speech services and it's really impossible, you have kids in a remote world, you have kids in person, and you're not able to pull them out without, doing a lot of cross-contamination of kids or whatever. Maybe it's scheduling appointments at different times, like maybe an evening or two a week, you have individual appointments for kids to come in and get those services, and we do something to waive some of that time during the school day. I know that for some of you that might seem a little out of the box extreme, but again, like I said, we're trying to think that way and what makes the most sense. And a lot of those discussions have to happen, obviously, with the parent and trying to find that spot that works well for providing the services we normally provide. And if that makes more sense than doing those kinds of things during a school day, that gives you that more individualized time, that ability where even if the kid isn't wearing a mask, you're able to space better or do something, in a better way, then don't rule it out. Let's have conversation about it and see if maybe it makes more sense for that.
There have been a couple of questions related to additional personal protective equipment for personal care services, toileting, diapering, feeding, G-tubes, the student with a colostomy bag, those types of things. Here's what I'll tell you. If you need something in addition to the mask, the face shield, and the gloves, let us know. If we need to provide disposable surgical gowns for you, we will do so. If you give us the needs that you have for in-person learning related to personal protective equipment, we'll do our best to provide that for you. Disposable surgical gowns are not overly expensive. We have been able to secure them for our quarantine rooms in the offices. If that's something that you feel is required in addition to the face mask, the shield, and the gloves, please let us know. We're 100% willing and open to provide that additional stuff. So under the plexiglass piece, this has been a question that was asked in the K2, was asked in 3-6, all the way up through high school. In terms of the plexiglass dividers, we're continually looking at those. The question that I have, if the vast majority of this is spread through aerosols, I'm not 100% certain how much the plexiglass will provide protection other than from projectiles. And so I'm not saying no, I'm saying I want to learn more about like what height of plexiglass are we talking about for those classes? How many pieces are we going to need to ensure that the students are able to be safe? So it's not a no, we definitely need more information. Because I want to ensure that if we're purchasing that extra plexiglass, that it's providing the safety level that is required to ensure that our kids are effectively safe. And so I need more information about that before I can say, yes, we'll provide plexiglass, or no, we won't provide plexiglass, because without the mask, the plexiglass doesn't provide any protections on the aerosol side. So I just want to help, I need help understanding some of because I don't live in that space, need help understanding some of the other pieces that the plexiglass would provide for us. So if possible, if you could provide some of that, then that's obviously a conversation that we can put into our SLT notes and really firmly discuss in a little bit deeper way.
John?
Yeah.
I want to piggyback on what Roger said about kind of thinking a little bit differently about how we do our work, and it will address one of the questions that Bethany had about providing one-on-one supports for students who are remote. One of the things that we've talked about during some of our special education meetings has been with service providers being able to provide some support to students who are remote. We know that remote learning is never as good as in-person learning, but it's a different level of challenging for like our OTs, speech and language, and social workers. And so we've talked about, would it be possible to have a designated area where a parent could bring a student in who is learning remotely, but bring them in for some one-on-one supports as far as therapy goes. And we think that is possible. We know that it will require adjusting some schedules and probably working with the GEA to talk through some of that contractual language if it's, going to be outside of a normal workday type of thing. But we have talked about that. So I hope that answers Bethany's question. Bethany, I don't know if you meant that from a teacher standpoint as well. I think it gets a little harder with one-on-one contact with a teacher, because I'm going to presume that you are teaching in person. And so finding a one-on-one time to provide supports to a student who's remote while you're doing in person could be a little challenging, I think, but certainly something that we can look at as we, try to build that bigger box and change some of the ways that we're doing things.
Sorry, I was just typing a response. So portable HEPA air purifiers in classrooms. I'm not going to say definitively yes. Right now, I don't see an issue why you wouldn't be able to purchase a HEPA air purifier for your classroom and let it run. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. But give me some time to look into that one just to make sure. Our district stance in the past has been to avoid having those individual type of plug into the wall types of things in the classroom. But let me just do some deeper digging on that to provide greater clarity. And what I will likely do is just add it to the Q&A under the cleaning and safety. I have a number 41 has all the information on the HVAC system and the HEPA filters and all that stuff. So if that's something that you are thinking you want to provide for yourself, I'll add that in there as a yes, you can provide it for yourself. So just so you know, I don't have a great answer for that right now, but I will look into it and see what I can find. So let's see, just looking deeper. Can self-contained rooms be on high contact cleaning rotation more than every 4 hours, given the nature of the population, hands and mouth chewing, drilling, and ability to cover, catch snuffs, coughs, and sneezes, etc.? Certainly something that we can look at. Obviously, it's going to be based on availability within the buildings. I think we're going to need to figure out what that schedule might look like within your building. So when you're talking to your building principal, here's when that every 4 hours is atypically going to happen, and we're working through how to manage that with our custodial groups now. But if there's a need for that to happen more frequently inside those rooms, we can certainly do that. One of the questions that I would have is how would we would need to know the times when we're able to go in and do that work. So it might likely be during the times when you have students out for inclusion or those types of things where we would need to know the specific time frame so that we could potentially meet the need for that based on, again, which students are and are not medically able to wear masks during their time when they're in the building. So work with your building principal about that. Look at your schedule, look at your inclusion schedule, and we'll see if we can't make that happen for you. Let's see. Go back up to the top. This one is related to the virtual piece, or how do you teach, and if virtual, how do you teach live with multiple grade levels with a variety of abilities? I would think, and Angie, go ahead and jump in on this if I'm misspeaking, but I would think if we're completely remote and we need to do live with the student or the student chooses for remote, we'd have to try to build a schedule where we're touching base and working with parents, and then we're providing things that they can do for their students at home and kind of building some of that. But to be 100% honest with you, it's a little bit outside my realm of expertise, particularly at the lower levels. So Angie, I don't know if you've got some thinking on that piece of it.
Yeah, this was one of our kind of our hurdles in the spring as well, right? With self-contained teachers, we have limited teaching staff who work in those programs, and we all know that you have multiple grade levels across those programs. So again, I think it's maybe thinking differently about the way that you perhaps teach, or even maybe think about partner teaching. If someone in the program has a great lesson designed and it's appropriate for a student that you're trying to work with, sharing that work and partner teaching a little bit to cover the age spans or the developmental needs that you have for students. I'm also going to make an assumption that we have trained and qualified parapros who I'll just simplify it. I know, for example, many of them took the inclusion PD this summer. Many of them took the autism PD this summer. We're working on increasing their skill set and their comfort level. If you're supervising the instruction, perhaps you can have a para work with a particular student while you work with another student. You're still the supervising teacher. You're still the one creating and modeling that work. But it would be no different than in person when you take a para and have them work with a small group of students. I guess I don't see a reason why they couldn't also work with a student remotely, as long as it's under your direction and your supervision. So I think there's some other people out there who can help you. So you're not trying to balance all those plates in the air at one time. But yeah, I know that it's a little more challenging for our self-contained folks because of the multiple ages and ability levels and grade levels that you teach.
Staying on the remote side, and Roger, I'll start this answer and I'll ask if you'll jump in on it. Just for students who choose remote, is their ability to have them come to school one-to-one. And what I would begin to answer that with is, well, it depends. What's the reason why they're one-to-one, or why they've elected to choose the remote option? If they've chosen the remote option because of a medical reason, what will be the process for them to come in for one-to-one instruction? What time would they come in for one-to-one instruction? How long would they come in for one-to-one instruction? Or is it just as efficient and effective for us to have that contact in the remote setting? Is there a way to think differently about it and have somebody go out to their house to do the one-to-one instruction on a periodic basis? So I think there are some questions and options that we might need to have there, but and again, I'll answer it that way as some options, and then just pass it off and see if there's something that I missed.
Yeah, I would say, and good job with that, John, but I would say in true form, this really is what is supposed to happen with a meeting with parent. If we have a parent that, and a student has a disability, is on an IEP, really it should be, as soon as they say we're going, we want to go remote, I got to believe we want to contact them. We want to sit down and have the conversation about how, looking at the goals, looking at the things that are in the IEP and talking about how can we address those in traditional and non-traditional ways to make it successful for that student. So, yeah, I think we're going to want to look at that in any part. And so I don't know if you mean one-to-one, saying, well, because you want to be in remote, we're going to get a one-to-one person that works just specifically with them. Obviously that would be quite expensive and very hard to do in this landscape of school finance. But at the same time, maybe there are parts of that service that we can offer outside of the school day that are one-to-one, where we can get that accomplished, or specific times that the parent might say, not willing to send my kid in with a bunch of kids, but yeah, if it's at 6 o'clock on Tuesday and you're going to do a half an hour therapy or whatever it is that you do, sure, I'd do that because there aren't a bunch of kids around. I think those are things we could look at.
Question in terms of if we're trying to keep students in a consistent cohort, how does inclusion work? It means multiple cohort contacts in the self-contained classrooms, which can be transferred to other grade levels, since most of our students in self-contained programs will not wear masks. So I talked about this a little bit earlier, and I know Roger has talked about it and Angie has talked about it. We need to do our very best in keeping the programming the same for our students. If inclusion is what is best for our kids, then we need to be able to offer that for them. I talked about the ability to wash in and wash out of classrooms. I talked about the cleaning of a desk space. But what we have to do, and Roger alluded to this and talked about it, is we've got to be able to think very differently and very clearly about how that interaction looks inside those classes. And I've shared this with every one of our groups already today. What we are asked to do in these moments, starting since last March, is to re-envision how school looks for everybody from a logistics standpoint. And the logistics are the how. Here's how we're going to do this, and here's how we're going to do this, and here's how we're going to ensure the safety to the best of our ability. At the same time, The what is, we know that inclusion, it needs to happen for our kids. We've been standing on top of that, and we know that the science shows it. And so from an inclusion standpoint, we have to find a way to make the inclusion work and provide the best safety that we can for our students. So if, again, all students in the general ed setting where our self-contained students are going for inclusion, if the vast majority of them are in masks and our special ed student who goes in for inclusion is embedded in that work in the very same way, they're washing in and they're washing out, the opportunity for them to contract that disease from another classroom is limited. And so I want to make sure that we're working very hard to support the inclusion work and to build protocols and procedures that keep everyone as safe as they possibly can be. I recognize that that means that students are going to go out to one classroom and they're going to come back, and they're going to go out to one classroom and they're going to come back, and that's not dissimilar from our specials teachers. It's not dissimilar from our 7 through 12 teachers. And so we've got to continue to work on the mask piece, the washing in and washing out, because that provides the safety that's there. So we have to figure out a way to make it work, and we have to figure out a way to do that in the safest way possible. We have our suggestions in ways that we can do that, and they mirror the way that we're treating general education students across the district. So if that's how we're building it for our general education students across the district, we need to continue to build it in that very same way for our students with special needs, regardless of whether they're a student with autism, a student with a cognitive disability, a student that is learning disabled. We need to do our very best to continue to provide the opportunities that we have and continue to press them into opportunities to help them learn and grow like we would if we were in a normal classroom setting. So one of the questions that Tammy asked, and I've talked about this in the other groups, is if there's a positive case somewhere, what happens? And that's it's a tough question to answer definitively, because we're going to work very hard with the health department. So I linked in the health department suggested plan into the Grantville safety plan that I shared a week ago. And we're going to coordinate with them as much as we possibly can. And the reason that we're going to do that is because we're having students wash in and wash out of every classroom, because we're guaranteeing that students, unless they're medically unable, are wearing a mask at K-5, their suggestion to us about how we quarantine people or shut things down is going to be very different than how they might do that for another district or another building who is not requiring students at K-5 to wear masks because they can't social distance. So we need to lean on them to provide that opportunity for us. And here's the example that I'll provide. During the summer, we've had 3 different employees who have worked in various parts of our district who have lived with somebody who was COVID positive. And they came to work. They weren't COVID positive, but they came to work and potentially exposed everyone. And so our conversations with the health department boiled down to their exposure was less than if they had gone to the grocery store. So we explained everything and everywhere that that person had been and all the folks that they had been in contact with and everywhere they had been in the building and in the district. And that's what their exposure level was to us. They're the experts in how this virus spreads, and they're the experts in all the contact tracing and all of that, those pieces of it. And so we're going to lean very heavily on them to provide us with guidance and feedback about what we should or should not do if and when there's a positive test inside of our district, inside one of our schools, or with a family member of a student or of a staff member who's inside one of our schools. So while I can't give you a firm answer on how we would go about that process, I just need you to hear that we're going to work very closely with them. And obviously, because we're doing the screening and the Kent Health Department will have all of our screening information, they'll be able to help us manage and identify whether we're potentially at an outbreak or whether we're not potentially at an outbreak. And I just think it's so important to understand that our work with the health department up to this point and our continued conversations with them are 100% designed to make sure that we keep everyone as safe as we possibly can. So next question is just if students who are in self-contained programming who are considered more complex, nonverbal, not able to sit or attend to the screen, et cetera, choose remote learning is you're suggesting that we meet with parents, building principal, and Angie. I think the best way that we can define that, Bethany, is we need to make sure that we have a conversation. Obviously, you're going to start that conversation with the building principal and yourself and parents and see what can be offered. And then from there, if you need Angie's support for additional pieces, then she can certainly weigh in on those conversations. But we trust our teachers and our building principals to work with parents and try to find meaningful solutions to problems, and then obviously keep Angie in the loop on those so that she can provide guidance from the balcony to say, all right, have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? Are we doing this? What are the next steps that we might need to attack? So Angie, if you want to add on to that, feel free.
Yeah, I would just add on that ultimately that will also become an IEP conversation. So an IEP conversation would naturally involve not just you and the building principal, but also service providers and any gen ed teachers as well. Because if the parent is choosing a remote option, I'm going to make the assumption that some of the things within the IEP are going to have to be adjusted. And so then the best practice would be just to have that be an IEP team discussion and handle it through that route. I want to switch gears a second before we answer any more questions. I've said this at some of our special education meetings, but just to say it again for those that are here today. As special education providers, whether you're a teacher or a service provider or a parapro, any number of people that support students in core instruction, in addition to learning, Seesaw, and Google, I would encourage you to talk to your gen ed partners and get connected to their Google Classrooms and their Seesaw classrooms. This is a way to kind of limit or overlap some of the work that you're doing and make your life a little bit easier. You can be added as a co-teacher or a teaching partner to any of those Google Classrooms or any of those Seesaw classrooms. And you can, ask to have a student pulled out for a quick session with you during a remote session. You can see all of the work and the teaching that's going on in the classroom and partner in that work rather than feeling like you're creating all of your own work above and beyond what's happening in that classroom. And that would go for service providers, teachers, paras, anybody that's supporting the work of kids. Partner up and work together more than you're working separately. I think that's going to be a big key to the success that we all have in the start of school for the fall. So.
Great question about just being able to hold on to hands with students when switching from the self-contained classroom to the homeroom or moving throughout the building. I've been in buildings where I've seen the runners. I have been a principal where I chased a kid down Canal. Thankfully, I was a little faster than he was, but so I understand the question as it comes out. And here would be my suggestion, and I'll explain it as if I were the person who needed to be the hand holder. If I hand sanitized before I held their hand and we were able to get them hand sanitized before their hand, I'm 100% okay with it. If I hand sanitized before I held their hand, I'd be 100% okay with it, because I know that as soon as I'm done holding their hand, I'm going to completely wash and sanitize my hands before I touch my face. And I know that I've got my mask on, and so I would be comfortable holding a student's hand even if I had hand sanitized before I grabbed their hand, because I know that as soon as I'm done, I can go wash my hands, I can hand sanitize my hands and provide that level of safety as we go. So just, yeah, that's part of school. And if that's something that needs to happen in order to maintain safety for students, absolutely. It just means that the next step is we have to wash our hands, or we have to hand sanitize if we can't wash our hands. So absolutely, that's something that is a required support for kids, and we would want to make sure that it's there. So we've answered all of our open questions, and we've got about, I'm trying to do math in my head, and it's been a long day, 17 minutes, 18 minutes. So I don't want to shut it down. Scott, you have something you want to add to?
Just quickly, Angie brought up Google Classroom and Seesaw, and I've heard from at least one person today. I am working on your Seesaw accounts for those of you who are in the elementary buildings. Our goal is to get you set up with that. I think I have everybody set up at the appropriate buildings, but Seesaw is a little tricky in you have to set it up with each building for each person. So please, at this point, if you cannot find your account or your account's not linked to the right building, I would just ask that you just shoot me a quick email and let me know. That's probably the best way to verify it right now, and I will get you then set up as quickly as possible.
Awesome, thank you. I'm just looking at the staff Q&A to see if there's anything that that I missed in our conversation or that wasn't asked that we addressed earlier in the day, and just trying to help my brain catch up to the stuff that we talked about previously. So if you have other questions while I'm looking, feel free to add them in. I'm just going to take a couple of seconds here to view through that. Scott, here's a good one. Just for those that are using that are in multiple grade levels, are they using Google Seesaw or both? I'll direct that to you.
Yep, so you're using both. So K2 will be using Seesaw, 3, 6 will be using Google Classroom. So whether you want to tag into a Seesaw Classroom and Google Classroom like Angie suggested, that's great. Then those are already set up. They can add you as co-teachers, co-conspirators, whatever you want to call yourselves. You can also set up your own classroom in either of those to have access. We certainly want it to be convenient. I know managing both can be a challenge for you, but it is important that we stick with whatever program the students are comfortable with. So I don't want to say we're just going to have you use Google Classroom and then you're with a first grader who's used to Seesaw. That doesn't make sense for us. We want to stay with what the student is comfortable with. So Angie, anything different to add?
No, I don't think so. There was another question there from Heather Wolterink about diaper changing and protocols, safety concerns for that. I can do my best to answer, or if John, you've got part of that as far as the safety group.
Yep, I'll grab it. And I know Roger typed in an answer. I just typed in an answer as well as we were talking. But remember, you have a face mask, a face shield, and gloves. So aside from a medical gown, you're being provided with the same level of protection as someone who's in the medical field. Now, if you, and I shared this earlier on when we were talking about some of the PPE pieces, if you require or you believe that you're going to need a medical gown, like a throwaway surgical gown, those are things that we can look at and provide for you. I just need you to send me an email very specifically that says, will you please provide blank for this? The goal in that obviously is we want you to be as protected as we possibly can make you. That's what we're providing for our teachers that are in the quarantine part of the work. Recognizing that for the vast majority of your students that are coming in, we've looked at and identified that they're not symptomatic, they haven't been exposed to COVID and those types of things. I feel as though a mask, shield, and gloves would be appropriate, but if you believe that you need more, you simply have to let me know. Under the clear masks, Bethany, that's a great question. Heather has ordered those, and we're pressing for them to be here on time. Those are a mask that is not as easy to get a hold of. So I can't guarantee that we're going to have those for you at the beginning of the school year, but please know that they are on order, and we will have them available for you to wear. I just can't guarantee that we'll have them for you on day one, unfortunately. So it's something that obviously came up very recently in terms of how do we get those and how do we provide those, and we didn't get them ordered well early enough in the time. So Katie has a follow-up. If you do use medical gowns, In the medical field, the answer to that would be yes. In your particular instance, I don't think that it would be necessary for you to change your gown for each student. If you're going through and you're working through that for every student, I don't see the need for you to change that gown for each student. Because in essence, what the gown is providing from protection for you is anything that gets attached to your clothing would be just attached to the gown, and then the gown gets thrown away. So I just want to make sure that, yeah.
Just along that line and thinking, I'm wondering if maybe we should talk about almost like a lab coat that could be washed at the end of the day. Or, maybe a few per classroom so that you'd always have a clean one.
Sure.
And then we wouldn't be throwing away quite so many things. We could reuse it and wash it.
Okay. I know we looked at Cintas to see if they had it when Heather and Arlen and I were working through this last week. But we can certainly dig a little bit deeper. We were looking specifically at the office space for our quarantine room, but certainly something that we can look a little bit deeper into. So I think it's a good place for us to continue to dig in if that's something that our staff need. But just remember, with all of the safety protocols that are leading up to that, I'm not certain that it's required, but if it's something that you get there, we'll definitely try to do that. Yeah, Blake, how you doing? So the cloth masks are going to be here by the 20th. So the face coverings that we're providing to all staff and students are going to be here on the 20th. The question that I answered was related to masks that have a clear screen on the front of them so that students can see the mouth of the person who's talking. Those are not going to be here by day one. But all the other PPE that we've guaranteed to the staff, the face coverings, the face shields are already in the district. All that is all there. So yeah, we're on track, buddy. All right, we've got about 10 more minutes. And so what I'll do is I'll start closing, but if you have additional questions, pop them in, and we're dedicated to our time with you until 3:15, but obviously don't want to have an awkward 11 minutes of silence if there aren't any additional questions. So first,
I think that'd be kind of fun, John.
So I just want to make sure that you all hear from us how much we appreciate your thoughts and your work that you've done, not just since March, but all the work that you've done in July and all the work that you're continuing to do leading up to a return for our students. It does not go unnoticed the amount of time and effort that our staff have continually put in over the course of the summer to make sure that we're prepared for an in-person in a remote environment starting in late August. We recognize the commitment that you have, and you being on this call today further identifies just how much you care and want to understand. And again, our goal in this was to provide you with a great opportunity to ask some questions, to have your questions be answered. Again, we're going to continue to populate that staff Q&A document. Between Scott and I've kind of been plugging away throughout the day. I know he's been plugging away a little bit throughout the day. And we'll continue to do that. We want to make sure that whatever questions are out there, that we get those answered and that we get them categorized appropriately so that if people are looking for very specific answers, they can click and it'll take them to that part of the document. So any questions beyond this or things that you know that you need based on the conversations that we've had, any of those pieces, don't hesitate to contact us, whether it's myself, Angie, Roger, Scott, Heather, doesn't matter. Contact us with things that you think you may need. Bethany, you asked about our scrubs and option for staff. Scrubs are not something that the district will provide. If you want to provide scrubs for yourself and wear those, I don't see why that would be, we're not going to make it like a violation of the dress code or any of those types of things. Obviously, you're going to take them off when you get home and you're going to clean them. I can guarantee that my wife, as a teacher, has already said, I'm going to walk in the door, take all my clothes, drop them in the dirty clothes, and we're going to wash them. The kids are going to do the same thing. So understand the need for that. And if you feel like you need to provide scrubs for yourself, feel free to do so. I just know, like, For us, we're going to treat our clothes like scrubs, and we're just going to wash them on a daily basis to make sure that we're all 100% safe and secure. So,
Yeah.
Roger,
The
anything,
other-
or Angie, anything in closing?
Just to add to the scrub conversation, that actually came up at regional directors this morning.
Okay.
And similar answer. The only thing I would add too is for students that live and deal with visual memory, just a thought that scrubs perhaps make them think of hospital or healthcare and not school. And scrubs could perhaps be something that creates anxiety or fear or a level of discomfort for kids when they're used to seeing school teachers and school staff in traditional clothing versus, you know, what could be perceived as a hospital or healthcare type of clothing. So just another thing to think about before you make that decision, I guess.
Thanks for that, Angie. Roger, anything to say in closing?
Sure. Thanks, John. I'd like to reiterate what John said. I'd like to thank you for being a part of this. I'd like to thank John for facilitating it and Angie and Scott for being a part of it as well. I know you're sick of hearing this word, but we definitely are in an unprecedented time. You know, and our jobs have changed. They all have. No fault of any of us. But you know, as we go into this year, we've never gone into a year like this with the amount of change, and with significant transformational change comes grieving, and we're all in different stages and going through that grieving process of some pretty significant change of what used to be. And I know some of you probably, you know, you realize that, and others you might not. I know there are times where I don't realize that that's happening with me. So, you know, recently I had somebody ask me, well, what do you believe? And it was tied to their opinion of politics. And what I said is, it doesn't matter what I believe. This is not something we need to focus on from a political point of view. And we know that's quite a polarization in itself in this whole situation that we're going to. But I did say, if you want to ask me what I believe in our staff. I believe in the people that we have that are working with us to try to figure this out. Is it going to be perfect? No. Are we going to make mistakes? Yes. Are we going to learn to get better? Yeah. Whatever phase we're in. You know, right now we're in phase 4. And in phase 4, what do I believe? I believe we need to be prepared for phase 4. And in phase 4, it provides options. It provides options for in-person learning and remote. Our community has told us that they appreciate the options, they want the options, and you know, whether it's the 80-something% that are saying in person at this time, survey not completed yet, obviously, whether it's the 18%, 17%, whatever it is or ends up being that tells us they want remote. The ability in phase 4 to have that choice is something that they really value. Where do we end up? Who knows? You know, are we in phase 4 to start school? Who knows? Are we in phase 3? I believe no matter what happens, we're ready. And I think no matter what happens after school starts, and it will change, I'm sure we're going to go from one to the other, whatever it is. And, you know, it's going to be a wild ride of a year with that. So it's, you know, the ability to adapt. We always tell our kids that's such a huge skill for them to have as they leave us. We're in a time where the adults are going to have to model the ability to adapt, because we do not know what kind of world we're going to be living in as we move forward. But I can say there's nobody I'd rather go through it with than you guys. You have proven time and time again that you always rise to the occasion, no matter what that occasion is. So for that, I thank you. And I look forward to the journey, whatever that journey is, because I know we'll be doing it together.
All right, with no other open questions, again, I thank everyone for their time, and we will talk to all of you very, very soon. Thank you.